I'd like to reconvene the open session of the Coventry School Committee. I have 6:26. Sorry, we're a little late tonight. And if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Notify the public of the emergency access.
In case of an emergency, there are exits to your left and to your right. Follow the exits out and you can exit to the parking lot.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearson, if you could honor us by reading the mission statement of Coventry Public Schools, please.
The mission of Coventry Public Schools is to inspire, support, and challenge all students in an inclusive community to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, reflective learners, responsible individuals, and global citizens.
Thank you. And just to notify the public, the school committee met in executive session for about 25 minutes, a little less maybe. And there were 2 votes taken, one to approve homeschooling requests and the second one to approve the executive session minutes from 9/9/21. Both of those votes were unanimous, 5-0. That being said, is there a vote to seal the minutes of our executive session?
Madam Chair, I need to vote that the records of the executive session be kept closed pursuant to sections 42-46-4 and 42-46-5.
I second the motion.
Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Mrs. Patno,
Yes.
Mr. Florio,
Yes.
Mr. Murray, yes. Mr. Colonian,
Yes.
Mr. Pearson.
Yes.
The motion carries. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the approval of our minutes from 9/9/21.
I'm Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes.
I second the motion. We have vote for ayes, please. Aye. Any nays? Ayes carry it. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the public agenda for those citizens gathered here tonight. Just for your knowledge, the school committee does recognize comments from the public on the remainder of the agenda items. And if a motion or a vote is a motion is called before we take the vote, a public vote, citizens can speak to that agenda item. That being said, we can move to item number 6, which is the personnel recall.
Madam Chair, yeah, this is a supplement that I added. It was in the electronic packet, but not in the hard copy.
Yep.
This is a recall that we had added that kindergarten. And we brought because it was a recall.
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to recall personnel as identified members of Molly Latako, 1.0 kindergarten teacher, Title Elementary School, recall September 2nd, 2021, 1 year only.
I second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the FY 2020 audit review by Clifton, Larson, and Allen. And do you want to start by Mr. Sands?
Yes, thank you. Is this on?
It is on. Yep.
Good evening,
Just have to
school
get close.
Good evening, school committee. Tonight we have Clifton Larson now here. I'd like to introduce Stephen Gross, who is our contact at the at school and at the town. And then we have the principal, Ron Isaac. He is the principal of Clifton Larson Allen. He has over 35 years of experience and was the former mayor of New London.
I don't know if that's good or bad. So good evening, again, I'm Ron Nossick. In older terms, I'm the engagement partner from CLA, and Steve was the manager, so he was dealing with the day-to-day operations relative to the audit. I'm the one who signs the audited financial statements. And just for some background, because we had some confusion when we presented to the town, actually, I think someone at that meeting was referring to me as Mr. Larson, Clifton Larson. Alan, he has about, I think, 7,500 employees or greater. So I'm nothing other than a small fish in a big pond. So thank you for having us this evening. I have a slide deck, just a printout of the slide deck that I'm going to go over. These are very high level summary relative to financial information. Most importantly, I'll go over the reporting results. As you all can tell, we're talking about 2020, and we've already finished fiscal year 2021. So we're looking and dealing with ancient history right now, but I'll just give you a summary as to what transpired. It is a little difficult to pull apart the audited financial statements of the town that include operations relevant to the Coventry schools. I've done the best I could relative to pulling that information out. I may have missed something that's important to you. We'll take questions when I'm done with this, if you have any, and if there's something that we missed that you want to know about, we will do our best to answer those questions this evening. If not, we'll leave with those questions at hand and get back to you in short order. So what I'm going to talk about this evening, first and foremost, is the audit scope, just to give you some background and understanding as to what it is we actually do. I'll give you the reporting results relative to that scope. We'll go through some financial highlights, and then there's some required communications that we made to the town board as part of our requirements under the AICPA. I'm just going to bring those to your attention. I'm not going to go through them point by point, but to get going here then on slide 3, this begins the scope of work that we perform. So principally and primarily, we perform an audit under generally accepted auditing standards, and that's the culmination of that work is encompassed in our audit opinion in the town financial statements. Starts on page 1, so it's a 3-page audit opinion that's in there. And basically, we under generally accepted auditing standards, we're expressing an opinion as to whether or not the financial statements fairly represent the financial position and results of operations of the town for the fiscal year and in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We're also required to perform an audit due to the fact that you receive state money and federal money under generally accepted governmental auditing standards. And what those basically do is add a layer of responsibility on us relative to internal controls and compliance and some work that we have to do around that. So we have to gain an understanding of the internal control system that surrounds financial reporting processes, both at the town and then Coventry schools. And if during the performance of that work, in order to gain the understanding, and we perform walkthroughs relevant to those internal controls, if we detect any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in those internal controls, we would be reporting those to you in a separate report, which is referred to as the Yellow Book report. Additionally, we're required to gain an understanding of any compliance matters or requirements that a violation thereof of one of them we would deem material to the financial statements. And that's a standalone report that is encompassed in your federal single audit report, the Yellow Book report. And then finally, we're also doing work under uniform guidance, formerly referred to as the Federal Single Audit Act. The requirements relative to uniform guidance are very similar to the governmental auditing standards, meaning there's a focus on internal controls and there's a focus on compliance. Only in this case, when we're dealing in uniform guidance, the spotlight is purely on the major federal program. It's not on the entity as a whole. So again, we report any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses over the major federal programs that we test. and we would report compliance violations relevant to that federal program if they were detected during the performance of our procedures. So on slide 5, we get into the reporting results. So that report that we issued starting on page 1 of the bound financial statements, our report under generally accepted auditing standards, we've issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion on the financial statements that basically says, in our opinion, the financial statements do fairly represent the financial position and results of operations of the town for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Under governmental accounting, if you've ever looked at the financial statements, they look quite different than a commercial set of financial statements. And the focus in governmental accounting is on what's referred to as opinion units. And opinion units are comprised of the roll-up of governmental activities, as well as major funds, and then all of your remaining funds, aggregate remaining funds. So all the aggregate stuff is one opinion unit. The general fund of the town is an opinion unit. The unrestricted fund of the schools is an opinion unit as well. So the opinion, the unmodified opinion, there was an unmodified opinion issued on the unrestricted fund, and then also on the aggregate remaining, which includes some school department activities. Those being school food services, school restricted funds, school capital improvement fund, school SRP pension trust fund, and there could be some minor ones in there that I missed along the way, but they're all, as I said, consolidated into one opinion unit. Under governmental, generally accepted governmental auditing standards, relevant to internal controls, we did identify deficiency in internal controls that we consider to be a significant deficiency. In the order of magnitude, a material weakness is the highest level of deficiency. Under that sits significant deficiency. Under that would be something that would simply be in a management advisory letter. It could conceivably be just a best practice and not necessarily an internal control matter. In this case, it was there were 2 items that were deemed to be significant deficiencies because they required restatements to the June 30, 2019 financial statements. Relevant to compliance under governmental standards, the tests, our tests disclose no instances of non-compliance relative to that. And then finally, under uniform guidance, in this case, under compliance, we actually issue an opinion on compliance relevant to the major programs that we tested. And in this case, we did issue an unmodified or clean opinion on compliance. The 2 major programs, there were only 2 federal programs in town that made major program status. They were both programs that are overseen by Coventry schools. It was special ed cluster. Total expenditures in that federal program for the fiscal year were $1,479,544. And then your Title I grants to local education agencies, total expenditures of those in that program were $836,691. So a little over $2 million. Those 2 programs actually comprised in excess of 50% of all of your federal funding, all of your federal expenditures in town. So both federal programs that are managed by the town, as well as federal programs managed by the school department. And then report on internal controls over those major programs. There were no internal control findings that were known to the performance of our procedures. So that would wrap up the reporting results. The next slide, slide 8. I hope your eyes are better than mine. It's awful hard to reduce these things down. I try my best to not have to break out the Hubble telescope to see these things, but nonetheless, this is all related to the first 3 slides in here are related to the school unrestricted fund. I think primarily this probably is the most important statement of the 2 that we'll look at, and this is the budget to actual statement related to the school unrestricted fund. And my commentary over on the left is reflective of that very last column that you're looking at. So the favorable or unfavorable variance based on actual compared to what your final budget budget levels were, be they revenue predictions or expenditure appropriations, your planned appropriations. So under your revenues, you can see actual revenues came in under budgeted projections by a little over $913,000. Actual expenditures came in under budgeted appropriations by almost $1.7 million. So those are, to the good. Obviously, expenditures were managed well. Net transfers out were about $273,000 higher than what was planned and projected. But overall, when it all cashes out, fund balance increased $793,755 for the year. So that generated a budgetary surplus of $793,755. The next statement is actually a snapshot out of the audit report. Actually, both of these were, but this contains all of the governmental funds that comprise the town. So you see there, the general fund is listed in here. School unrestricted fund is the second column. The other governmental funds are those aggregate remaining funds that I referred to. So those are right. What we're looking at there are three separate opinion units. My focus here right now, again, will be simply to the school unrestricted fund. And while the previous statement that we looked at is considered a budgetary statement, this is considered the GAAP statement. So this is in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, not budgetary accounting. There are some very small nuanceable differences between the two, but nonetheless, there are differences. Again, there was a surplus here. Fund balance increased for the fiscal year on a GAAP basis by $878,066. The primary difference between this statement and the previous budgetary statement are due to consolidations relevant to GASB 54, so Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement 54, which requires the consolidation of certain funds if the revenue stream that supports those funds are not external revenue streams, if they're just funded internally. I forget, it's actually a very small difference. We'll see in just a second. And then also included in there is the state teachers retirement on behalf payments, which that's closing in on $3.8 million. So that's the payment that the state of Rhode Island makes on behalf of the participants in the teachers plan. But in the case of GAAP accounting, we got to pick that up both as a revenue and an expenditure. So it's a wash relevant to what it does to surplus, but nonetheless, it does change the complexion of the total revenues and total expenditures. So that next slide is the reconciliation between the two, the budget to the GAAP statement. And as you can see, that the top line there is the budgetary basis statement for revenues, expenditures, and fund balance, and then you can see the reconciling items, the almost 3.8 million in state teachers retirement. As I said, it increases both revenues and expenditures. And then there's just a small fund that gets consolidated in that had revenue of $84,000 that was picked up in that unrestricted fund on a GAAP basis. The last thing that I can really kind of pull out of here or out of the financial statements is the pension liabilities of the town, of which Coventry schools are connected to 3 of the 5 plans here in town. So the last 3 that are listed are the plans that Coventry schools participate in. There is the Coventry School Employees Pension Plan, which is actually a town plan or a school department plan. So there is oversight, responsibility, contributions, and effect that you can produce on the plan based on the decisions that you make. The employee retirement system is considered or referred to as the teacher's plan. That on behalf payment that we were just talking about is reflective of that. And then the teacher survivor benefits plan is also a state-run plan that the Coventry schools participate in. That is actually in a surplus position, so there's actually a net pension asset. That's why there's brackets around that number, a little over $7.8 million. The teacher's plan, the allocable liability overall of that plan to the town is 63,275,914. Again, that's not a plan you can affect a whole lot to. The state of Rhode Island tells you how much you're going to contribute, and that's how much you contribute. If you were not to comply with that, I imagine there would be grounds to push you out of the plan, to be quite honest with you. The Coventry School Employee Plan is something that, as I said, you guys can affect. The liability there as of June 30, 2020 is 19,601,710. So the next slide and then the last financial slide that I'm going to look at is actually that plan. Okay, so all of these financial slides here are snapshots right out of the audited financial statements. This is a snapshot of what's called RSI, part of the RSI, required supplemental information. And what I like about this information is it gives you a year-over-year look at what the funded status of this plan is and what the ebb and flow is within the plan from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So that 2020 column, you see all the way down at the bottom, the 19,601,710, which is what we just discussed, relevant to the liability at fiscal year end. The bottom line here is the one that I always look to and just see what that funding progress is. So you see at June 30, 2020, it's 41.9% funded. That trended down a little bit. There can be a lot of reasons why that happens. Market conditions drive the primary reason. Actuarial assumptions will also drive it. And then in the case of this one, of this particular plan, the contribution was a little bit and very de minimis, but below what the actuarial required contribution was to the plan. So that's going to drive that liability up a little bit and then therefore reduce that funded status. But it's something to look at as you go year to year within the confines of that financial statement. So that would be all of the financial data I was going to go through with you. I realize this is at a 40,000 foot level. It's not meant to be granular. If we were going to get down into those weeds, we'd be here for hours. And, I'm pretty confident no one sitting around in this room came here to listen to me. So the last two pages here are the required communications, which they actually come out. I won't go through this bullet by any means. You can look at it at your leisure. There's a formal letter that is issued with the financial statements when the statements are issued at the completion of the engagement. And those topics that are in there under the bullets, we don't pick those. Those are driven by the AICPA. They're required communications that we have to address with those charged with governance. What they're designed to do is if there were any issues relevant to the audit that were problematic for us or caused us concern, we would be required to communicate those to you in order for you to act on those as you best see fit. And for the most part, they tend to be related to areas of whose management are unwilling to provide us information, or were they unwilling to provide it to us in a timely manner. And most importantly, this is representative of that very first bullet in there. Did management give us any indication of bias relative to the financial statements? And by that, I mean, were they trying to, in our opinion, make the financial statements look better than perhaps they were, or look worse than perhaps they were? In all cases, relevant to the required communications here, there was nothing that came to our attention that caused us to have any communication relative to those topical areas. But I just share that with you so you understand what that actually all means. So that'll be the end of my discussion. The last slide in there is Steve and my contact information. The most efficient way, if you have a question for us, is to go through management, but if one of you call us with a question, we're going to take the call and we're going to do this and answer the question. And if you have any tonight, we'd be more than happy to address them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master. Mr. Sanders, did you have anything to add to that, or can I just go to questions from the committee?
You can go straight to questions.
Okay. We'll start with Mr. Pearson. Anything for the two gentlemen?
Yeah, going back to the deficiency that was identified on internal controls, could we describe that a little more in detail, and if possible, if Mr. Sands or Mr. Levis could comment on what steps we're taking to correct that?
Those, yeah, they were both related to town operations.
Okay.
There were some errors that we uncovered during the performance of our procedures that caused us to restate the 6/30/19 financial statements. Under accounting standards, unless there's really some extremely pervasive reasons as to why you had to do a restatement, it's going to generate a significant deficiency with not a material weakness. So that's really what brought us to that point.
So we identified deficiencies on the town side, how the school appears to be.
There were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses relevant to school activities with the accounting function of school activities. That's correct.
Okay, good. That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Colonian?
I had the same question.
You all set?
Yes.
Mr. Murray?
The same question as well. Anytime you hear deficiency,
Yeah.
raise a red flag, right? I guess one only question, and this was during a typical time, if I remember, the computer happened and we lost our data. Was that 2020? Or is this
It was
this is the coverage period? So I guess my broad question is, sounds like you got everything you needed despite having to rebuild our entire financial system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think there was some heavy lifting going on relevant to reconciliation between schools and the town, in particular to transfers back and forth. So that took some time to vet out, but once that is all in balance, we do some testing for completeness relevant to the general ledger, and we were comfortable with everything that we had, in our possession. Lead us to believe that we have a complete set of financial data.
That's it's good news because we were certainly worried about that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. Before I let you go, I will ask the public if anyone has any questions about this audit. So if you could come, I think there's a microphone there. State your name and your address, please.
Cassandra Ducharme, 140 Pilgrim Avenue. Are we able to get a copy of this or be able to see the audit? Yeah.
I think the audit itself is on the town website. If
Okay,
you
that's
go
good.
to the slide deck, yeah, I think. we
Well,
can-
that's what, it would have been nice to see that while we were being discussed about it. That was my.
Apologize for that. Anyone else? Mr. Ferrier, did you have any questions before we end this topic?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anything from Mr. Levis or?
Thank you for coming. And I don't know, it's been a while since I believe the school committee has had the opportunity to have a presentation. So we'll hopefully this can be an ongoing, regular annual occurrence. We truly appreciate it.
I think I'm going on 19 years, maybe 20 years next year, and it's never been done since I've been on committee. So I go to the town presentation, but to get the actual, sort of roll out on the schools first time. So it's very much appreciated. So if there aren't any other questions, then I think you gentlemen can go home.
All right.
Thank you
very
again
much
for
for having
coming.
us. Thank you.
And I'd like to move agenda item number 11 next, please. Just because we have some youngins here that we might want to go home and. Of course, we have another one here. I was talking about you, Mr. Wilson. So number 11 is the transitions program relocation discussion and vote. So you're on, Mr.
All right, first off, is that on? First off, I'd like to thank everybody for having us tonight. Talk about the possibility of relocating our transition program outside of the high school. If you don't know me, I'm Brad Wilson, I'm Director of Special Education for Coventry Public Schools. Before I have the speakers introduce themselves, I just want to give everybody a little bit of background about the transition program. Not everybody's familiar with it. Again, this is for students who have met all the educational requirements at the Coventry High School. They're now working on transition skills, so they're usually 18 to 22, up to 22 years old. We have the program in the high school right now, and we do everything we can to kind of separate it and make it its own program, which is difficult at the high school. So they use a separate entrance. They try to stay out of the halls. They try to make it like it's the next level. And that's where kind of where we've been out over the years, at least all the time I've been here. If you don't know, our transition program actually gets some rave reviews from RIDE. We actually come to us and come to Mrs. McGalley and use it as a model for other towns. And I think there may be some interest for even like tuition students, but again, the location is kind of the one thing holding us back. In order to fix this situation, about 3 years ago, again, this is going back before COVID, so that kind of put a big, delay in everything. We started going out and actually looking for actual spaces to move the program to, which really isn't that easy. We actually expanded our search outside of Coventry itself because we have to find somewhere that's on the bus line. A lot of Coventry isn't on the bus line. We have to find somewhere that's around other businesses and again part of the neighborhood. So it's been a long search. We've actually kind of gotten back into that search, and hopefully I think we found a place that may work. We're not there yet, but we're hopeful. See if there's anything else I'm leaving out. I think that's it. That's all I want to say. So let me hand it over. I'll speakers.
Hello, I'm part of the transition program, and if you have any questions, just let me know. And I'm glad that you all came here. So thank you very much. And like I said, if you have any questions, just let me know. I'll try to answer them as hard as I can. Thank you. Also, this is part of the transition program as well. If we can pull next slide. Yeah, the next one.
Yeah, there was one missing.
All right, so the transition program. This is where, if you see these pictures, these are like for job tours and also for part-time jobs that you want to work in. And also, well, the first one was basically at Town Dock, where basically you would work at a sea restaurant. And the second one is like an old picture of some, yeah. Yeah, so that's like an old picture of the old members of the transition program. And then this third picture is someone working in Walgreens, which someone has a part-time job there. And this last one over here I don't remember where this person is working, but it kind of looks like he does like construction or something.
Liberty mobility.
Oh, Liberty Mobility. Okay, thank you. This is for part-time job. Yeah, that's not. Community connection. And this first person over here is basically voting. Second one over here is where also Planet Fitness. And this last person over here is for Bridge Bus. So you're trying to get out in the world and being out in the community. So to speak. So, yes, this is what it's all about. So it's basically an apprenticeship program, getting part-time jobs. Going on, like, explore around the world. You know, that's what being an adult is. Being an adult, you have to go out in the world. You can't stay at home. You gotta find a job that's out there. And, you know, if you can't find the job that you're looking for, then start something small, like a fast food restaurant or places I work for, like plumbing or a comedy convention. And there's some other places. Yeah. Also, this job I worked in Food Awakening, which is in Warren. It's a nice place. And it's like a breakfast. And also, you can have lunch there, and it's also a bakery. But yes, that's like this.
One person I can use.
There's power, can't run the slides. We go speak about these?
So this is Tamarack Farm. This was a job tour. And this is Owen right over here. Walking some stalls out. They put them right to work during this job tour. The picture in the upper left-hand corner, that's the previous student. That's what we call a path. And that is usually in their last year of transition, we will conduct a meeting and it's about their future. So that's kind of, we do a picture with them at the end. So.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Lori Masterson, and I'm a teacher with Janine on the transition program. But you know, these photos show what we do, a sample of what we do. Personal futures planning is that path meeting that the young man is sitting below that big swath of paper. We do some job exploration. We learn about being a citizen, and when the students weren't buying in, we went to talk about Roger Williams and how he, you know, pushed back on everything. And so they could relate. And so we went to Providence and we went to, I don't know if it's not Prospect Park, but where Roger's ashes are buried. And I love the picture with the students who pushes back a lot and Roger, you know, it was great. We also look at government, you know, we went to adult adoption of one of our students so that they could see the judicial municipal portion. And we get out as much as possible. And basically, you know, transition, what Janine was gonna talk about too was it's just a coordinated set of activities that leads to a positive outcome for students. And we're really under order to do that based on this thing that was a consent decree where, so, you know, this is the transition definition you can read about, but the consent decree was because of violation of civil rights on a student level and on adult level in adult services in Rhode Island. And the agreements in the consent decree, the terms of it require that we do a much better job in transition services. Additionally, it extended the time for, you know, to be in school to age 22 rather than 21. And so we feel like it's our duty to do the best that we can for the students here. And so we are fortunate. We feel really, really lucky, blessed, if you will, that we have vehicles to use. We can get to Providence. We can get to where we need to. We are supported by our administrators, you know, and students really benefit. You know, I don't know if my own got a job this year, right? I mean, students are building lives so that when they leave, they can continue with a good foundation.
And I think the biggest thing that we hear from our students is when they come, after they graduate and they come back into the high school, you know, it's confusing. And we, you know, the first year is kind of tough because they, you know, they made a lot of connections with the high school, which is great, but we had to show them that there's other places. You go to Planet Fitness, but obviously a lot of people they graduate with. So that, you know, that's, and they all are on board. They all would love to be in another building. They're all ready to move on from the high school.
It's a lot of fun. It's a great program.
So you know how to get you to stop talking. It's a like this. So how we propose to make it happen? Again, the first thing we got to do is locate a building that meets all our needs. You know, what I have an idea to do is to have, I spoke to Rod earlier this year. Every year I have a grant where a federal grant was actually mentioned earlier, where I have the ability to move things around. Sometimes over time, stuff that was okay to have in the grant, over years, they say, take that out, you need something different. When I floated this idea, I got a response right back. But that's perfect. That's like kind of like where we want to see the money go. Transition for RIDE is a really, actually for a number of years now, has been a really big point. So kind of doing the math of what we expected to do, you can see it up there. Again, that's kind of to cover everything. So hopefully at the end of the year, there would be no really impact on the local budget. The grant's been around, you know, the CRP, if you've heard it, it's been around for a long time. You know, the money does fluctuate, doesn't fluctuate wildly. So this is something I would expect that, you know, for the foreseeable future, we would have the money in there to do that. And then I work with obviously Mr. Martin, who would have to help coordinate the move itself. All the benefits, again, some of you already heard, and I'm sure you've heard during the question Q&A section, but the professional environments for the students, so they can develop those work skills and increase responsibilities as they begin adult life. That huge physical, that's a big piece, that physical separation from Coventry High School building. It's the next step in their life. I don't know if you've been a part of it, they'd actually have like a signing ceremony, you can go into it, just like if you went to, you know, college or CCRI, or if you went to URI. I was gonna wear my sweatshirt tonight, it's way too hot. They have these like great transition sweatshirts that they get when they sign to go into the program. But again, the internet doesn't seem like a big thing, but there's a lot of restrictions on what we can do. Again, as you hit that adulthood, there's a lot of things that they have to look up and do that we just can't do on, and you know, the restrictions that we have at the school level. The communication, the connections between, again, being out there, being on the bus line, being around businesses and outside the high school. what it does on the high school side is, again, we have a tight high school right now. It's no big secret. It gives a lot more room. Currently, the space we have is, it's a kind of a hodgepodge, but it's like a large kitchen type size classroom, a smaller classroom, another large classroom, and all two office areas. So it's a pretty good footprint. And that would give, we put another tech class in there, or Lori, or Brooklyn, I'm sure you can use that space. And then I mentioned bus lines, all in all that space. And then we have, because we have vans coming and going all day long, going out to jobs, we actually don't use the bus transportation morning or evening. We use the teachers and staff, pick up the students right from their homes, and then go right out. Usually, they might come to the school, check in, and do some activities and around to the public. But it's constantly coming and going, the buses, the small buses in the back. So, that's all for the presentation side. I'm sure there's some questions. I don't want to be putting parents in this stuff. I know there's some parents here as well. Does anybody want to have this?
I have something. My son's been in the Coventry school system since he was 3 years old. My name is Lisa Ross. I'm Owen Ross's mom. And transitioning for a lot of these kids, staying in the high school is very emotional, very difficult. They don't understand that they graduated and that's it, they're done. They don't understand that. So moving these kids would really be great for them to kind of comprehend. They don't see a gray area. Everything is black and white to a lot of these students. So they don't understand that they can't go and say hi to their teachers or hi to their counselors that they had, or a buddy that's still in there. We went through a very, very difficult transition. So this would actually be very good for a lot of these kids to move on and like take the bus. If if they're near a place where they can hop on, they need to learn that, and it's really difficult for them to learn that up at the high school when they're not on a bus route. Really, they really kind of do need to be on a bus route, and whether it's once a week, daily, or twice a week, they need to learn to. All right, I can go to the market to stop and shop on the bus route. How do I get there? To buy my own groceries, to live on my own. So a lot of these things are really, really important to these kids that they they're doing the best they can. They do teach them a lot of the life program, but they need more of it. And if it was a little more closer, they could get these things that they do need. So it's really a kind of a good positive thing for these kids.
So the reality is, the freshman coming in is generally 14 years old. My students are 18, 22. So it's a significant gap in age. When you're walking into a building, you see the 14-year-old walking around, it's like, I'm not that anymore. Like, I moved on.
Can I say something? Just, so since I've been here, obviously I'm a frequent flyer in the transition program. But we've been discussing all along the fact that the need to get out of the high school, right? Because, I know you talk about consent decree, but it's the law. I mean, the goal here is that we have young adults that our goal is to set them up so that the transition to adult, whatever that looks like, for some individuals, it's adult services and seamless. Because the reality is you can hit 22 and we provide all these supports and services. And when you get to adult services, they can say, you're entitled to this, but we don't have the personnel or we don't have the funding. And so by us being community-based, we can allow these young adults to access the community, put systems in place, put pathways in place. And that's what I think Ms. Rushing was talking about. The challenge, while I love going to visit you in the high school and see how wonderful and the work that you guys do, it's not the environment that we need to be in, right? And so we've been talking about this for maybe like 4 or 5 years. And Ms. Masterson, you guys have been doing an incredible job trying to look, but there's been a lot of variables. And so it just happened that, we just decided this year we have to make it happen. And I think Mr. Anderson has reviewed what we're doing. I just, that's important because we need his legal blessing in terms of he's looked at the proposal. But the fact of the matter is we can include it in our IDA Part B funds. And so it's not like we're looking for additional funds from the local appropriation. It's gonna be with our federal funding that's supposed to supplement the work that we're doing. So it's a perfect use of that. So I think this has been a long time coming. You know, again, we've had many conversations, and even this year I said that it has to be driven by that. You know, if I come here and say, hey, let's do this, nobody cares what I think, but the fact that, you know, we have a parent, we have you guys here, this is what the law says we need to do for you. We can't have individuals just stay either a center or either a classroom. They need to be community-based. They need to spend most of their time. And so this will allow us the best of both worlds, you know? And so I think that's the next part, is just, they have identified a space. You know, Mr. Martin has been involved, you know, and so I guess what we're looking for is permission to pursue that. And the reason we brought it forward is a lot of times we do things with special ed and things that, you know, because this is a big move. This is a move where we're going to actually remove a class outside, you know, young adults to a community setting where you should be. We have that opportunity, but we wanted to bring it to the committee because I think it's important. Then, you know, unanticipated or anticipated consequence of this is it does free up space for the high school. So, which is a premium, but that's not why we're here. You guys are here because this is what's in your best interest. So I just wanted to kind of summarize that. You know, it's been a long time. I appreciate all the hard work that everybody has done to get to this spot today.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the committee if they have any questions for Mr. Wolfman or Mr. Levis. I'll start with Mr. Pearson.
Just one quick question. Well, first a comment. This is terrific. And then my question is this the type of thing when we're renting a facility off of what's normally considered school grounds? Is this something we have to coordinate with the trust to make sure everything's square?
We'll take care of all that. The trust, I mean, there's a lot that has to be done, like, but this will be approved by the fire marshal. I mean, we're gonna go through all the steps. So yes.
All right, terrific. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Clooney.
Being in insurance, I was gonna ask that question. That was my first thing. But I gotta say, I agree with Mr. Pearson. This is wonderful. This is such a great move for them because let's face it, after you graduate high school, you go to college, you go to your job or whatever, they should have the opportunity to go outside and have their own space where they can do what they need to do to get part of the community. So I think this is wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Clooney. Mr. Murray.
All right, a couple of things. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I want to thank all of you for showing up because it matters and it's impactful, and clearly there's a passion here, and it helps us better understand where you're at, what the need is. So I really do appreciate that. And Mr. Wilson, thank you for you know, obviously working with your administration and pioneering this effort. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions because that's what I do. I ask questions, devil's always in the detail. So is this the actual building?
So that is actually one space that we're looking at right now. Again, it's by no means a done deal.
Okay.
But it's one that we found that actually, and some of those pictures of the insides of the 88 bathrooms, that beautiful kitchenette area. As you can see, it's super professional looking, much like, you know, this building is now. That's kind of what we're going for.
So that's when you're pursuing, you haven't locked anything down. Because the lease amount's pretty specific, so that's why I asked. Like,
Yeah. So
that's what you have
right.
to essentially spend, that's your threshold. per
Yeah,
month?
so that's what I had requested of the grant, just waiting for the approval.
And educate me a little bit on the IDEA grant. So IDEA stands for what?
So IDEA, special ed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Individual disabilities.
Okay, there we go. I apologize. It's been a long.
No, it's all right.
Didn't make
I'm
it
with
easy.
you.
Is
So,
that stable funding year to year?
so again, the
Relatively?
relatively, yes, the money goes up and down, but that doesn't have like huge swings. There's, you know, most of it's salaries, about $1 million of it's salaries, so it's around, you know, about $1.3 million.
Okay.
So, and those have been in there, you know, some of
So this is one piece of a larger grid.
Yes,
So you have some float in there potentially if it needs to go up over time or the building needs maintenance,
So,
depending
yeah.
on the nature.
like, I'll give you one example. Last year, we had a student, well, the year before, that was out of district at a certain place, that students aged out and graduated. So like that will want some available.
Okay, all right. And obviously, you don't have to, you know, we're supportive, and I would be more than glad to support it for a budget.
Right.
But it's always nice to have outside funding and just understand.
And again, this is really something that again, is a passion for us as well. And like I said, when I sent the email to them, I was over many different items. Some they were saying this isn't really appropriate anymore. When I sent that to them, it was like, yeah, like that's exactly what we're talking about. But something like that. So it was a nice email, like, oh, good, we're thinking on the right line, same thing.
And spatial needs, I mean, I know this is one example of the building. You mentioned broad terms. How much space do you actually need? You know, square footage?
So we have 17 students right now. Now, so I realize that the students change every year. So just in numbers, but also like equipment needs. So over the years, things may change, and there might be students with certain handicaps require like standards, changing tables, that sort of thing. So, you know, if you say like, look at a classroom, 7 kids go there, that's not necessarily the case. So we can do a larger footprint. I can't remember how square feet this one was.
No, I don't have it off the top of my head.
So you're gonna build in enough space for future though, understanding that things are. like
Yes,
long-
I realize like this is like it's like an office building, it's like a home base. So it's not, don't have that picture in your mind of the students come in, you know, at 8 in the morning and they're there at 3. Like, it's a beehive.
Mhm.
There's people coming and going, people are doing their own things, people are getting off work at different times. So it's like an in and out type thing. So it's like, it is what it is. It's getting its business model.
The work. of-
Yeah, it's a work. Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
It's-
So do you, what other schools, districts, areas have this type of setup? Are you aware of any that have websites? I can say that there's schools that rent apartment complexes, like they go into sometimes,
it's
there's
usually-
an apartment right near West Bay Collaborative that we're part of. They rent right near the Wharf Mall. There's a big apartment complex right off of 295. They rent a space there. The Northern Rhode Island Collaborative used to rent a space from the North Providence Housing Authority, but those were small numbers. I mean, we're looking for, and it's not just a work site. This is a community site, right? It's a community. And the other part to remember, I know you touched base, but there is a consent decree, which by law, that Rhode Island is under this consent decree, and that we have to make these programs available, and they have to be community-based. And recently, they're just coming back and revisiting it. So this is, for us, it's being proactive, because we can say, we've been looking at this, but we really need to get these young adults out of the school into the community. And so it just happens that, you know, because we had talked before about using some of the ESSER funds, right? If we need that seed money, but when Mr. Wilson was able to look at shifting some of the funds in the IDEA grant, and that grant's supposed to be kind of supplemental, right? And so this is a perfect use of it, because we already have the program, we have the staff, but now we can use this to supplement the program by moving it community based.
But you bring up a good point. So some larger towns have their own. Some smaller towns actually use like West Bay Collaborative. They might only have 2 students, so it's not worth it to financially start their own program. Again, with a nice program like this may be the thing that, you know, we advertise it a little bit, but they're taking tuition students as well. Because we're, you know, the picture was Scranton is a smaller town. East Scranton is a smaller town.
That's really good. I'm kind of going with it.
Yeah, that's what
It's like, is there ability to actually, because I know West Bay.
And so Mr. Levis like mentioned the apartments. Some programs are antiquated. So they have these apartments where it's like, oh yeah, I can teach these guys how to make it that in 5 minutes. Like why other high schools are working on that is like a skill. That's not what we're about. You know, we're about like getting employment for the rest of your life, being gainfully employed for the rest of your life, finding employment that, you know, you're passionate about for the rest of your life. Not about, you know, cleaning the bathroom and making the bed. We're all capable of that.
So I mean, it's great, you know, the model, the thinking behind it. You know, I'm always just a long-term thinker, right? What's going to happen 5 years down the road? The program, are there opportunities? How are other districts handling this? for better for worse, right? I would rather be, out front than from behind, so I applaud you on the effort, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Floria.
Really? You like, yeah. I thought you'd be in tears by now. Come on, I'm ready for it now.
You have my approval, when we get.
If anybody has any questions, like the students. No. Oh, you're white. That's not typical.
My only comment, whatever, is I'm really, really excited. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. As soon as I read it in my packet, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so wonderful. It was really an impressive presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed the students that were brave enough to, I should say the young adults, that were brave enough to get up and talk in front of the public, because that's a tough thing to do. So I'm glad you were able to do that. And I'm just really excited and looking forward to seeing this actually come about and maybe visit. Yeah. And so I did have just one final question, and that was, you did say 8, I said like 8 to 3. Is there any opportunity if separate building that you could be here later?
Oh, yeah, I just made up those hours.
Oh, no. Well, I know you're.
And again, one thing also that's not on there, like, this would be like a year-round program.
Yeah.
So this wouldn't be like, we shut down at certain times, just give teachers a break. This goes on, and this is.
The students have the opportunity to come back from a job like that.
So, yeah.
You know what, when somebody gets a job that they really like, we do everything we can to support that. And whether it's school vacation, staff kitchen, if somebody is going to take a bus, and then 3 weeks later, it's school vacation, and you don't have a shadow there, you go and get a coffee, you at the bus stop and we shadow, and they go to work. So we really look at the individual and we bend the rules, I guess, if you will, because we know it's short term. We want something sustainable for them, an outcome that's sustainable for them. And it's a two-way street. If the student is motivated, we want to be in on that. Because that's the most important thing. Really focus on self-determination. And, apartments, I'm aware a little bit about other programs in the state, and I don't buy into the apartment thing because they're at home. And we have gone to your house, Mr. B, went right to teach you how to use the George Foreman grill at home, because that's where it is, it was during COVID, we weren't doing the cooking at school, but I think we make it work, and I think we have fluctuated hours in the past, remember? 9:45 to 3:15, stuff like that, so we have a flexibility within the program, and staff have been, the paraprofessionals have been phenomenal. They're picking kids up in the morning and taking them home too. And we have a great team.
Exciting work that you do. Are we ready to move on this motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the transition program relocation.
I second the motion.
And before I call for the vote, are there any participants here in the public that would like to make a comment or come forward or have any questions?
I just want to say to you guys how proud I am of your presentation tonight. And I've known these students for a long time. It's very hard when they're at high school for us to separate ourselves because we love these kids. But it is amazing to see the growth over time, and seeing you get up today to speak is just awesome. I just want to commend the program. I'm so excited. Hopefully you're all going to vote to approve this. But I do think it needs to be moved out of the school. And I can't say enough about phenomenal staff and the teachers, me and Lori. This is their passion and the assistants in there work so hard. And like I said, growth over time is amazing. I am a little confused as to why Owen didn't get up to speak tonight. And there, but that's okay. So congratulations.
just say something about Owen? I have never, so anybody knows me, if I have a good day, maybe I'm smiling, but when I have bad days, I'm probably not smiling. I've never seen Owen, ever. And I've known you since I've been here, not have a smile on, right? So you are the guys that, when you can be in trouble, you're still gonna smile, right? It's just, but I mean, it's just like, I look at, I wish I could say every day I do the best I can. And some days, I think I walk out and say, my God, goodness, I can't even imagine I was this successful. But a lot of days it's like, I never want to have another day like that again, right? But when I go in to see young adults who do the best they can every single day, not only for themselves, to support others. I mean, we're very, I think unless you go there and experience with these guys, like we're just incredible ambassadors for Coventry. And so, I'm excited. Again, I just want to reiterate, I'm so proud of you for coming tonight. And, again, I want to thank you and thank your parents and, thank your teachers and staff. It's just, you guys have been amazing. So, and I look forward to the next transition. Pardon the pun.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public for the comment? Seeing none, then I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries 5-0. And you all can leave, obviously. Stick around for the rest. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Karen. All right, we can move on to agenda item number 8, which is the annual Sean Feinstein Middle School handbook discussion and vote, with our references and comments. Whoever, do you want to start?
So I just want to thank, remember Mr. Pearson, I don't know how many policy subcommittee meetings that we've had, probably 115, 120, but we met with Ms. Norbalucci from the middle school. I know Mrs. Anceloni was also there, and it was the same process, went through, because these handbooks were just revised last spring, there wasn't a lot of needed revisions, but we went through, I think they cleaned it up quite a bit. We've added some, make sure the links were updated. So again, I just want to thank Mr. Lucian for being here if there's any questions. You see that anything that was added was in roughly red. So if you approve, then we'll make sure that this is live on the website. I don't know if Mr. Pearson knows. Say I'm not going to say much, and then I defer to you afterwards. No, you did all the lifting, so.
Yeah, I just want to thank, the middle school administrators for putting up with me, because I spent a lot of time just combing through this. It was good. We've done a lot of good work on the handbooks over the past few years, getting them aligned, but, as, you can always find things as you look at them, making sure the cross references are aligned and things like that. So I didn't have a lot of major changes, but I'm sure I had a lot of really picky things, and we're refining this as we go. So thank you to them. They really did all the hard work on this. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Colonian, any questions or concerns?
No questions. Good job, Jim.
Mr. Murray?
Questions?
Gloria?
No question.
All right, I think we are ready to move on this motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the Coventry High School. Middle school. Okay. To approve the Alan Sean Feinstein Middle School discipline code as presented / amended.
I second the motion.
It's the handbook.
Oh, the handbook.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
right now.
Sorry.
No, not your fault.
So I'll make, to amend the motion, I make a motion to approve the Coventry Middle School handbook as presented / amended.
I second the motion.
Before I call for the vote, are there any comments from the citizens gathered? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries 5-0. Okay, so moving on to the discipline code. Two.
So the discipline code is in the other two handbooks. It's embedded in the handbook, but Title 16 says that the school, you have to pull it out separately, and the school committee has to vote on this every year. So again, it's embedded in the handbook. Any revisions that were made will be read. So they were minor, but again, I do want to thank Mr. Pearson because I get all of his emails and he definitely did due diligence going through all of these handbooks, and I want to thank him.
Any questions from the committee before we move? You all good? Did you want to comment, Mr. Pearson, on anything?
Nope.
You good? Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the discipline code?
Madam Chair, I move to dispense with the first reading of discipline code policy JICA. Thanks to Mr. Pearson.
I second the motion.
There's a
Yeah,
first
was
reading.
this first reading? No, you said it was the first reading, so that's what confused me. Yeah, no, that's the student press. That's
Oh.
the next one. Okay,
Okay.
so we're not
Okay.
dispensing, we're actually approving.
Okay, Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the Galvin Truck Finance and Middle Schools discipline code. Thank you.
I second the motion.
It's very
Anything from the public on this particular policy? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the student dress code policy, which is the first reading discussion, reference 3.
So I had replaced the reference, we brought this back to the policy subcommittee on Tuesday. It was replaced in the virtual or the digital packet, but it wasn't. So I put it on top of the packet for most individuals. So there was, but I know it was tabled last time, so this is still the first reading, so. I don't know, Mr. Pearson, I always start off, do you want to start off with this, or I'm gonna put you on the spot?
It's a simple one. The only change is really related to a request from the high school, where the high school students will be allowed to wear hats. And that's the only change.
There's an error in it. It says may we hats, but it should be may wear hats. That's my error.
Any questions, Mrs. Clooney?
No questions from me.
Mr. Murray? I know, that's why I'm asking.
So I guess, where do I start? So really from an administration standpoint, I'm just interested in why the change in policy now. I look at it as it's never been the policy, so we're now allowing, and what it, impacts, why, like what is the specific reason? So, and if you could come up to the mic, because it's just we're video, so. Yeah, I think it's louder on video, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only thing. I just wanted to tell you.
Okay. So this came up last year. We have programs in our school where kids wear hats while they're in the programs, in automotive and welding, culinary, they wear hats as well. And as kids leave the rooms, we're constantly saying, take your hat off, take your hat off. But we also found that things have become more casual, just really in general, with dress everywhere in organizations and what we want to teach kids is kind of appropriate, well, how to be appropriate with it. So for example, you might say to kids, it's customary and respectful to take off your hat when you say the Pledge of Allegiance. And you'll see kids do that. We have respectful kids who will do that. I just think that once we like decriminalize wearing a hat, we see that kids don't really want to wear them anymore. So last year when kids returned from, COVID and they came back in, they had gone from doing like Zoom meeting, Google Meets meetings and classes in their pajamas basically, to walking into the building. First thing we're saying to them is, put your mask on, take your hat off. And they went from that setting to just something so strict. And it was just it's a constant battle that we feel is not really worth the battle. And we truthfully last year kind of let up on it a little bit. And what we saw was that hats became a non-issue. In fact, most kids didn't even wear them anymore. So once it becomes a non-issue, it's a non-issue. I think that once we decriminalize it, it's a non-issue. I think kids can learn to be respectful, take it off when it's appropriate. But again, we're not talking about a lot of kids. There's so many other things going on with kids right now. A hat to me is not a big deal. But and our faculty feels the same. We did survey our staff, we surveyed our students, and the overwhelming majority are very much in favor of it.
Listen, I'm always inclined to provide deference to the administration.
Yeah.
I would say that personally, when I walk into a classroom, like a private school, and I see kids without hats in a professional environment, and then I walk in and this hat sideways, treatment expression gets out of control sometimes, right? And so it's very hard on the blurred line, especially dealing with students sometimes, of what is appropriate and not appropriate. And we don't really have a hat policy. What is appropriate for a hat? So if somebody comes in, you can laugh at me with a Chiquita banana hat on, and it's obstructive and it's distracting. We have a little bit stricter, refined policy on shirt attire, sleeves, pants, tights. So without having some sort of guidelines on that, my concern is that now, because people like to push boundaries, and it may not be this year, maybe next year. But the reason hats were, a majority reason why they were eliminated was gang activity, one of the reasons, and that goes into expression. And so my concern is that by uncorking this over time, it gets to be a problem. And then we have to unwind it, which is difficult to do. Whereas if you hold the policy, which is nothing changed after COVID, that it wasn't there before COVID. And the criminalization to me doesn't seem like a criminalization sounds like something that intentionally penalizing somebody for. Whereas I grew up in a generation, this is old school, where you walk in, it's like the military, right? You have to actually cover on. There's a reason why. Some of the professional things that you know totally get it. Right? You come out of culinary arts, you have your hat on as part of your uniform and attire. I think it's fully appropriate for them to wear that. And if that was the policy, it'd be full in favor, because that's appropriate for the educational environment which we're in. But the difficulty becomes, are we just allowing another form of expression, which is great. I love students to express themselves, but, and again, I'm old school. We're here to educate. So the concern comes in, is it just another distraction? Well, it seemingly seemed like the teacher having to now enforce the policy is difficult, and I get that. But is it gonna, in my mind, I'm like, is it gonna be more difficult in a year or two to then put restrictions on what type of hats, or you walk in and they're all over the place, it looks unprofessional. And one of the things that I deal with in work environments and hiring people is soft skills are lacking. Dressing for work, being on time. That is part of the educational mantra that I think we should be, personal opinion, should be reinforcing. Not saying our standards are college wear pajamas to class, this is our standards. And if we want to be a professional school environment, you adhere to that standard, period. Again, I'm old school in that way, maybe it's an old way of thinking, that's personal. Like I said, I try to provide deference whenever I can. I don't know if I can agree with this, I'm one of 5. That's why we have a committee. But personally, I just don't hope that in a couple of years, we're not here trying to unwind this policy because there were limits pushed. Now it's become another distraction in the classroom. We already have enough. Attitudes and behaviors and everything. So that's my concern. That's why I said.
I respect that, but I do think it takes away from the distraction in the classroom as well. You're not constantly battling with a student about a hat that has zero impact on education. And when we look around at companies, many companies now are allowing casual dress hats. Google, for example, it's part of their company. And their dress
You are
code.
correct in that.
So I think that like things have become more relaxed as well. You know, and this isn't a private school with a uniform dress code. So, and we're talking probably a very small percentage of kids.
Right now.
Right now, but even if we allowed it, we're not talking about a huge number of kids who want to wear a hat to school.
And I respect that. You know,
There's
I
so
respect
many
your opinion.
other things, like I said, that students are dealing with, and that this, and when I say decriminalize, like there's a consequence if you break the rules. So we are constantly, take your hat off. Now it's a consequence, and
But I would say it's a consequence if you come in with no suits. It's a consequence if you come in with pajamas. It's a consequence if you're using logo. There's always a consequence for policy and such.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable.
yeah.
And I understand you're thinking of not rising to the level.
Like, we're not saying we don't want kids to be on time and we don't want kids doing their work. There's still standards all over the place. We just feel that, we don't feel that the hat is as big an issue in today's society as it used to be. When we do open house, our parents come in, I'd say about a quarter of the fathers have hats on. I think it's teaching kids to be respectful, to remove it in certain situations. But, and again, it's not just my decision. This has very much been a faculty.
Yeah, and I respect that. Maybe I am the outlier.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a different way of thinking, the way I grew up. I was in the military. I had certain things beat into me. And I hear people say constantly, the kids don't have the same level of respect. These people don't hold open the door anymore. They don't do this, they don't do that. Well, who's teaching them that? Every time we slide the standard, my concern is, and this is, again, potentially an old school view, but we're allowing that to happen by not setting the standard and enforcing it. And I don't think it's unreasonable.
And
So,
I would argue with you that our students are extremely respectful, and I don't think that has changed, and I don't think a hat changes the level of respect of kids. And for people to say that kids are not respectful nowadays, and they really haven't gotten to know the kids in our school. Because I'll stand here and advocate for them all day long, that they are very respectful.
I appreciate that. So you're the chief administrator of that school.
Mhm.
That is what you're recommending, and I respect that. So I'm
And,
not
and
gonna
also
belabor
with
it at all.
a lot of input.
Yeah.
Because this isn't something we would ever even bring forward if we didn't discuss it as a group. Because hats have always been a hot topic in our school, probably in many schools. But it has gotten to a point now where there's been this shift, like, why can't they wear them? And I've been on the staff for like 25 years, and it used to be like, no way, no way. And now it's like, why not?
And I hope it doesn't become a problem. Believe me, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So I can't get there from here yet. But again, I'm 1 of 5. My last, it's really not to do, it's broadly. So the policy, as I saw it last time, was that affected all schools. So why all of a sudden now just the high schools get the privilege of wearing a hat? I'll fit it. Because the other schools, whatever reason, they came forward and said, we're not really comfortable with this. And we had a meeting, and Ms. Bagley came representing the elementary principals. I had spoken to Mr. Belushi, and input from Mr. Belushi, and so it was determined that it's, it's probably, at the middle school level, at the elementary level, we felt that, kids are wearing masks, a hat, and there's a lot of reasons why they felt that with what we're doing because of what you said, distraction. But the high school, I mean, a big part of this too is student voice, right? That this isn't just, and that's what Ms. Meekum and I go back and forth, because if it's just avoiding a consequence, and I think I share with you, I'm not really supportive of that, but there's a lot of other reasons, because these guys did an incredible job. Cumberland High School took a year and a half to get cell phones put away. And they told you that's that. The faculty came together and said, we're all going to enforce it. And it was like 2 weeks. The number of consequences had dropped down. So I have every bit of faith that they can enforce consequences in whole. But like in our conversation, it's like, why not? And I'm a lot older than you. And I'm from the generation, like I was an educator when they banned hats. And it was all around, at least in Rhode Island, it was all around campus. And so, because prior to that, they had hats, at least in some of the public schools. So when we had the conversation, I agreed, but it was really driven because it wasn't just what Ms. Meekum said, it was about student voice and the faculty.
In the beginning of the year, we did an assembly with kids and we gave them a Google form. And one of the questions on there was, if you could change something about your school, what would it be? I had a number of kids on there say, let us wear a hat. Like, to them, this is like an expression thing that isn't thought in their opinion and in many, in our staff's opinion, it's not bothering anybody. It's not impacting education. So we got some feedback from kids there. We are also, as a school improvement team, having a lot of student voice this year. We have a student improvement plan. One of the things that we are talking about is the dress code. One of the recommendations is hats, but that's really the hot topic. If they don't ask about anything else. And if we want to make a school that encourages student voice, this is something that they have brought forward time and time again. Our staff agrees with that. And I think the difference between the high school and the other schools, or maybe the staffs at those schools maybe are not ready to make that shift. So I would never stand up here and do that on my own and just say, I think that they should be able to wear hats. I think it's coming as a whole group decision, including student voice.
I just want to say, I don't think it has anything to do with, not to contradict what you're saying, but in my conversation, it has nothing to do with staff not being ready. It's just developmental where kids are at and what hats could be, and especially at the elementary and some of the middle school. I mean, they just felt that, you don't want kids to hide behind hats either, right? So it's a lot different.
And also, like we've said, no hoods. You can't identify kids in hoods. They hide earbuds in hoods. So there are reasons why we wouldn't want hoods. So
let me ask you on that though. If a hat is broadly termed, so if I come in a hat with flaps, like a winter hat, and I'm wearing, isn't that a hood? I guess that's where I'm going with it.
I don't think we ever see that.
Yeah.
I've never seen,
not to be trite, but I mean.
No, but I know the Chiquita banana thing. I don't think I'm gonna have kids coming in the Chiquita banana hat either. Like, so.
What I do think, if I could add something, what I do believe is if a student at the high school came in with something outrageous on their head, that would be up to the teachers and the administration to say, come on.
And if that's considered a costume, which you can't wear. So
Yeah, exactly.
I think that also it's about, you know, we have relationships with kids where we can talk to them and say, you know what, here, you can wear a hat, but this right here is more costume. So I think, I know,
No,
But I
and
respect your
appreciate it. Like,
opinion.
listen, this is the dialogue. This is my job.
Yeah,
My job is
absolutely.
to test and make sure
Yeah.
these decisions are sound. I may not always agree. That's okay. That's the democratic process. And I have concerns. One of the larger concerns is, you know, the lack of defining of hats and like where the latitude is. If an administrator says that's inappropriate. Well, it's a hat.
Yeah.
So take it off my head.
They're
Now the
also-
parent gets involved. So, but you know what? You deal with that road. I don't. I have another day job. So it's, you make a sound argument. It's foundation. We have a disagreement on principle. That's okay. You're probably not going to convince me,
no, I.
That's
I- I
okay.
won't-
but you know what? I'm okay with being wrong. If in a few years you turn around and say, see, it works, then great. That's okay.
If I'm back here in a couple of years.
And if you're being right again, I will remind you of it.
I know you
I'll be glad to
will.
back you on it.
I'll remind, I'll say, see,
Yeah,
you told me so.
That's okay.
I mean, I just add one thing. Sometimes also when we look at conduct referrals and situations that have escalated sometimes quickly, and we look at the write-up and the root of what kicked off the event, it's often something small and minor that has triggered a student to have a reaction that is in some cases extreme, right? So we'll look at the write-up and the end result might have been the student walked out of school, or the student did something destructive, or the student did something physical. But when we look at what caused it initially, sometimes it's the teacher asked him to take off his hat and he said no. And then she asked him again and he said F you. And then she asked me, and then you're in a whole other thing. So it's not saying that happens every single time, but there are incidences where small things lead to big things. And I think they're trying to avoid that as well.
And I do know there are many other high schools in the state that allow kids to wear hats. You know, so we also looked at that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio.
I have no questions. Exeter was planning a lot of schools today.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
My only comment is that I'm going to take the recommendation from the high school. Makes sense to me. You know, I come from a time also a little older than you. I had to wear skirts.
Yeah.
When I was in elementary and in high school. I think so. Never mind the height or the length of it. So I'm a proponent of thank you that I can wear pants. So instead, I mean, I think things change and you have to be ready to go with that. I also believe that this is, you know, an experiment. You know, if I always approach when my staff, I've been at my job for 45 years. And someone will come up and say, can't we do it this way, Kathy? And I go, originally when I was a lot younger, as a manager, I would be like, no, because this will happen, this will happen. It takes all the control off that person and the feeling of they want to try something different. And so now my response is, yeah, go ahead, try it. And more times than not, they're right. It comes back and they say, you know what, I think we need to fine tune it a little bit, but I do like this new way of doing something. So from my perspective, you can teach a new dog, an old dog, new tricks, so to speak. And so I'm fully supportive of.
And we did also talk about it as a staff, like just the staff dress code, you know, has really changed over the years. You know, you don't see men coming in ties as much, and it hasn't changed how effective they are as teachers or their relationships that they have with kids. So like, I think just the world in general has become more casual. So, and that is the consensus on the staff as well. When you look at our staff has amazing relationships with kids and they're phenomenal teachers.
Okay, we ready to motion on this?
Sure am. After 25 minutes.
I know.
Where's my hat?
I can't wear hats, they give me headaches. Anyway,
Madam Chairman, motion to suspend the first reading of the student festival policy.
I second the motion.
any further questions from the committee? Anything from the public? And I think we're not approving, so we should be easy. All in favor of dispensing with the first reading, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries 5-0. Next time when we have the approval, I'll ask for a voice vote. Number 12 first. Number 12 first, right? So the next item for discussion is number 12, which is General Law 16-7-23, community requirements, adequate minimum budget requirements discussion.
Sure. Let's see how you do this without the slides. So I'll put this on. This is so there's a conversation that's going to take place at the joint meeting on Monday night. Council's looking to understand how we're going to meet the requirement for this year, which we'll present Monday night. We are going to meet it this year. So they want to know how we're going to meet at 22-23, which I don't know. But we'll talk a little bit. But I wanted to go back tonight just because, and I apologize, I wasn't at the last meeting, but we all remember, we had that memo that was sent from the town manager to the council, and I think it's just important to understand how this all evolved, and to go back and look at some of the comments, the conversations we've had as a school committee, conversations we've had with town council, conversations that we've had with the previous administration. So I'm not going to go through this verbatim, but the first slide is Rhode Island General Law 7-23, and it just talks about the general law itself talks about community responsibilities, but this portion talks about minimum maintenance requirement, and it makes sense. We hear about Rhode Island buildings falling apart. And what the legislation did was to make sure that communities support the ongoing maintenance of buildings, school buildings. And it started off with, it was going to go up to 3%, which is next year, by 22-23, it's going to be 3%, but it gradually increased. So the first year it started off and it was, I believe, 1%, FY19. Then it went up to 0.5% till it goes to next year 3%. So this is a law, we were aware of it. Go to the next slide. So this is just a chart, talks about 2019, what the requirement was, 1.5%, 2020. And we didn't meet that. But it wasn't as simple as we just chose not to meet that. We'll talk about that in a little bit. This year, last year, FY21, we met it, and I put down projected because we haven't met it yet, but we had to shift some of the HVAC systems, the ERV systems to this year. I think we had indicated in our budget, we were short about $287,000, but we've already spent money for the Western. We also have spent money on the tiled sewer system, septic system. So we're well on our way to meet that. And I know that we would come back to you if we felt that we needed to utilize ESSER funds, because that's one of the uses of ESSER funds in terms of upgrading our buildings or HVAC systems, making them safe. So we're going to meet it this. We'll show that more definitively when we present Monday night. Again, FY23, this is projected on I think in a 2% budget increase, and it's about $2,302,000. And they said that's to be determined because a lot of variable will depend on the budget and other variables in terms of making, the bond, how that impacts. And we'll talk about that. And I just, in fairness to Mr. Sands walked into this, so Ms. Mangiarelli has a history with this and she helped with all this information. So this isn't something that I just came up with. I want to know that yet. Mr. Sands has reviewed this, but Ms. Mangiarelli really helped with this information. She still supports us and I want to thank her for this. So the next one is just talks about some dates. March 4th of 2019. We presented to the town council and we had a capital request of $520,592. And it was discussed, this is what we needed to meet that maintenance requirement. May 14th, the town meeting presentation, which we, I think we find out at that presentation that there's no money put in for capital for either the schools or the town. Remember, in May 16th, that's when the budget was voted down. And then June 11th, the second financial town meeting, we had a decrease of $350,000 to our budget, but Mr. Wazika did take a stand at the interim town manager for $200,000 for the school department for capital for that year. But again, it was a $350,000 decrease in the operation budget. So we're still, we got what we proposed to that $520,000. Instead of $520,000 capital, our budget, we still had to make additional cuts. So that $200,000 though didn't help meet that gap of the maintenance. So when there's conversations or there was comments or put in writing how we were late with paperwork or invoices, that wasn't true at all. We just didn't have the fund to meet the maintenance. So the next slide, okay. So this is what happened in terms of the 1.5 maintenance expenditure for that year was $1,100,744. What we were able to identify in our operating budget, again, we needed to meet 1.5%. We only were able to identify $661,744. And that basically is the salaries of our we're not allowed salaries for custodians, but anything that does with maintenance in terms of plumbers, electricians, carpenters, HVAC individuals. We were able to utilize those funds towards meeting this maintenance requirement. So there was a variance, and we were short $439,000. Then in October 26th, we were notified, we knew that if we didn't meet it, they would withhold housing aid, but we assumed that housing aid due to us, that they wouldn't give it to us. They put it into an account that we could only use to go back now and use that towards maintenance. The issue is, though, we didn't have any housing aid coming to us then. So on October 26th, we were notified that they were going to hold it from the town's housing aid. So none of us had that. We had no knowledge of that. So you'll see in the next page, again, I know this is hard to see, but this was on the 26th. Ms. Mangiarelli sent an email to the town manager and town finance director saying, hey, we just got off the phone with the Department of Ed. They're going to withhold $439,000 from your housing aid. And they were going to set her aside for the schools to utilize. So this is how we found out, but we immediately notified the town. So again, this is an email that was sent to the interim town manager and the finance director at the time, just notifying them of what transpired. So there's the next slide is just documentation of when this took place, because it's, I've listened to conversations and been part of conversations where it seemed like this never took place. These conversations didn't. So we went back and Ms. Mangiarelli went back and looked at, watched videos, went through minutes, because we know that this was not where we're trying to be deceitful. We're trying to be evil. We want to meet the maintenance requirement. So November 5th, school committee meeting, there was a discussion. of the $439,000. That was gonna be transferred from the town to the schools, restricted for maintenance. And December 3rd, 2020, at a joint meeting. A response to a question from Council President Dixon, Ms. Mandrelli noted the $439,000 was reduced from the appropriation to the town and restricted for school maintenance, and that this would happen every year that the threshold was not met, right? So that if we don't meet the threshold, the state will take the housing aid of that whatever the variance is and put it in a restricted account. And this was discussed publicly with the town council. It says here that Ms. Shockley, as a follow-up to Dr. Dixon's question, asked the town the impact of the loss of $439,000. The administration noted it was a shift of revenue and expenditures. So Ms. Mandrelli clarified that this was going to be a true loss of revenue to the town, right? So this was back in December 3rd of 2020. And then January 14th, 2021, it was noted at a school committee meeting that the 439 was going to be diverted from the town to the school for maintenance. And again, minutes reflect those discussions. We go to the next one. So this is more about from the school building committee, and I don't want to get into it too much, but the fact of the matter is I had an email that Ms. Fenner was on just asking about this presentation Monday night and you know, assuming the bond doesn't have anything to do with maintenance, minimum maintenance, how we plan on meeting it. Well, the bond does have a lot to do with it. So the fact of the matter is, currently, next year, we're gonna have to invest $2.some million, approximately $2.2 million into our existing infrastructure as maintenance. With the bond, that maintenance requirement for the, you know, and we just marked down here from 2023 to 2031, that maintenance requirement is covered through the bond. So what does that mean is that in terms of our operating costs, right? We're still going to need to invest in our schools, in our buildings, but we don't have to worry about that maintenance requirement. And so because the big concern is how do you have a bond, fund a bond, and yet how do you continue to fund operations? And aren't we going to need to, you know, continue to fund? At one point it was like 3%, or we're going to need 4% every year. That's not true. When you combine, this money will be going into renovated facilities, a new facility at the middle school. So we're investing that money into those, that maintenance is going to be covered by those facilities. And then we're also doing, taking other actions that we'll talk about a little bit with the ESSER funds, where we're trying to do everything we can do to reduce operations expenditures. But right now, if the bond, that's another conversation, but we're going to have to come up with this money as part of our budget every single year, right? And it's not as simple as, comment was made, well, when you have this much money, you should be able to meet the statement's requirement. We'll discuss that with the budget process. So I think this is important to know, is that a bond will cover that maintenance requirement, which will have an impact on our operations, along with other steps that we're going to take. But again, this is something that, stay tuned to the building committee. I know there's a presentation that Mr. Murray is going to make to the town council on Monday night. So I think, this is something that's truly important about this means, that the bond will address that need. So again, this is just more comments. So this is just some comments that have been made publicly. Ms. Mandrelli, to not fund maintenance is not an option anymore, right? The state will come in and scoop it one way or the other. That was November 5th. Regarding the 439 set aside for the school maintenance. You can see the next quote up there. So again, even with level funded budgets, we still need to come up with this maintenance requirement. Again, this is really talks about how housing aid has to be put in a restricted account. It can only be used for school maintenance. And again, the point she's trying to make is that this money is important for the town, right? So if the town's expecting this at revenue, we get scooped and take it and give it to, that has an impact because we are one community. So the whole point is we have to problem solve this. We have to figure it out. It's not about figure points. There's a quote here from Mr. Martin. I know we brought this up at a school committee meeting. He talks about the importance of this, not only that we make sure that we spend this money this year, but that we fund maintenance going forward. That is our intent. Our intent is not to play a fast game and then to not, knowing that if we don't fund it, the town will fund us. I mean, they'll take the money. That is not the intent. The intent for us is we have to meet this maintenance requirement. And finally, Mr. Pearson had indicated, about, we wouldn't need this funding of these bonds if we had funded capital for the last 30 years, right? I know I've only been here a short time, but when I go back, it was 12 years before I start any funds allocated to capital. And it's not just on the school side, it's on the town side, right? It's on the community. So we need to figure this out collectively. So I just wanted to go back and highlight that, we have communicated this all along. As soon as we figured out, found out what was going on, we were very transparent with the town. I know there's been a shift in leadership. However, we've been transparent with the leadership too. And so this is something that we need to figure out, but I wanted to put it on the table because I know, we had discussed this before, especially around that letter that we had received that I had shared with you. But I wanted to open up to again, just give you an overview of where we've come, how this evolved, and that we will be meeting our maintenance requirement this year. And we'll have to figure out how we're going to meet it next year, right? But the bond could play a big role. So that's it. That's enough.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. We'll start with Mr. Pearson. Any comments or questions for Mr. Levis?
No, this is a good presentation of the facts and the timing of the facts. I'm having flashbacks to my work this week because I've been doing the same thing on an issue of putting together the timeline, the sequence of events will happen in an unbiased fashion. So I think this will help us be productive in our conversation with the council. So thank you for putting this together.
Thanks, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Colonian?
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Murray?
Just more comments, just so the committee is in the loop too, because this has been a core topic of the finance team that Mr. Sands has been leading and discussing of the building committee. We have teams that are breakout teams from the committee and others who volunteered their time about how this fits into a larger equation about the bond. And so when we present on the 27th, we're going to be weaving this into the narrative because it is very important, because the bottom line is you have to pay that 2%. There isn't an option, or the money's going to get scooped. The state will come in, scoop the money and give it to the schools. We don't necessarily want that to happen, but it will happen. And so part of the narrative on this is you either pay it through this bond and get everything front loaded now, build a new school, do all the improvements, get $22 million worth of additional reimbursements from the state, in addition to the other money that they're already giving us in housing aid. The math just works. And so as we look at it, for the small amount of investment in the town, that this is going to play a crucial role in weaving that narrative. So I encourage everybody to kind of tune in because we're going to be talking to this, but I'll just put it in perspective because I just took a job in South Kingstown as the assistant town manager. And this topic was discussed today in one of the budget meetings because South Kingstown's bond failed. And because it failed, one of the topics of the town side discussion is, what are we going to do about the management plan? Because they were counting on interest to be weaved in and covered. And part of the argument is you should be able to count it, right? You're doing a ton of improvements up front that should carry you through 25 years. Future value of money just works, right? When that bond vaporizes, if we don't move forward with the bond, if we choose as a town not to move forward with the bond, we have a real financial problem here that needs to get solved. And it's not going to get solved by randomly just picking money out of our existing budget. it's going to have to come to another tax levy. So either you do a tax levy to build new capital infrastructure, or you're just gonna levy to put Band-Aids on holes. And that's really the argument, I think, the narrative that we're painting, which is truthful. You're either gonna do it and address it slowly over time, painfully over time, and not address that educational advocacy, or you're going to address this issue, which isn't going away now, and impactful and substantial. So I just wanted the committee to know that you'll hear a lot about this come the 27th, and the last thing I'll say is I want to thank Mr. Mandarelli, because I know I wasn't crazy when I talked about that memo. I was extremely frustrated that we've talked about this at length. And part of my frustration, and I got kicked a little bit for the strong language, is that when you're in a situation where you know you've said this over and over and over, and then somebody calls you out and says, no, you guys are just, being irresponsible with your money, that's very frustrating. That is basically calling us to task on our honesty and integrity. And so I make no apologies for the language I used. I think it was warranted, and I think this documents that. I don't want to go backwards, but the truth is that things were said. We were very clear on what would happen, and it did, unfortunately. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio.
No problem.
Thank you. Again, thank you for this great presentation. It really kind of frames what we're going to be talking about on the 27th. I mean, that's Monday, right? I'm going to be here. So I think this was really a really great way to do it and to document the timeline. Because Mr. Murray is correct, it was very frustrating to hear basically the accusations that somehow the schools were trying to pull the wool over, try to get something that we didn't deserve, or that we planned it all along, and that wasn't what happened at all. So, and hopefully the council will listen and understand that we will do everything in our power to make it in the future, but obviously the bond would really be a wonderful solution to the maintenance requirements, because the law's not going to change. Before we move on to item number 13, I apologize, but I need a restroom break. So if we could have a 10-minute break, I'd really appreciate it.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, good. Thank you, everyone. Back in 10 minutes. everyone for your patience. We're gonna reconvene here. Again, thank you for your patience and allowing that break. We'd like to move on to agenda item number 13, which is the ESSER two funds discussion and vote, which was our reference number
so-
7, and I believe Mr.
Yep.
Levis gave us another.
So there's a document in your packet, but after reviewing and going with Mr. Sands, we made a couple of changes. I had handed out kind of a one-page sheet, and so you had asked for just looking at the budget to actual. So you can see that while we haven't allocated, the money that you have approved for the personnel budget, we've just encumbered that.
Mhm.
And that's the change that we made on this sheet. Before, it looked like we didn't encumber it, but and then if you look at the summer budget, we were under budget. You had appropriated 593,000. We spent 317,704. We're still waiting on some of the invoices to come in and get paid. But you notice that those two areas, the CTE program, we're under budget, and also supplies and materials. I think we were significantly under budget there. And then the Chromebooks, that money's been spent. So you had approved 959,861. We spent that money. We're waiting on that. So the budget to actual with the encumbered funds, you had appropriated $3,840,821, and we've spent $3,565,325. So we have $275,000 that we didn't spend. We're going to come back to you at the next meeting. I know we've had conversations, multiple conversations. We can, we're going to make sure we come back with different appropriations we want to make and that we'd like you to approve. And we'll make sure that we do our homework, that we have all the documentation. But this is just to give you an idea, or give you the funding of where we're at, where we spent money. And like I said, the first meeting in October, we'll be coming back to you with different, drawing a blank here, different items that we'd like to purchase, or different types of programs. One of the things that we'll be bringing back again is talking about the vans. We have a single student that's costing us $6,000 a month. We also have issues where we can't provide transportation. So I think we'll make a strong case. I heard loud and clear what Mr. Murray had talked about, and part of our case will be to indicate that we'll put aside a restrictive fund account so that we can take funds that we save and put some money aside. But remember, this is the big picture. What we're demonstrating here too is that some of these one-time purchases are going to help us in terms of reducing our operating budget. The Chromebooks alone, we're going to reduce our operation budget the next 3 years because we had lease payments put in place. We definitely feel that if we can purchase vehicles that we can use to transport students, we had said conservatively, we think we could save $300,000 a year. But even if we save $100,000 a year, and we also know it's better for students, because unfortunately, we got an email tonight where statewide transportation they can't transport students next week. And we don't have the ability to do that, the capacity to do that, the personnel. So again, this is how we've allocated and spent the funds that you had appropriated. And we'll be coming back at our next meeting, first meeting in October, with other items and ways. The last thing I'll say is that $275,000, one of the things that we had allocated funds for was this high-density tutoring. And because of staffing in the summer, we were going to do that at Camp Westwood, the YMCA camp. We weren't able to do it, but we're going to continue doing that this fall. So we're going to use some of those funds, and we'll identify those funds so that when you come back. And I think what's significant is we still have $3,991,000 unappropriated, so that, again, this is a public process. We'll discuss how we can utilize that. Again, a big part of this too is if we run into other issues around COVID that we need funds, it's to ensure the continuation of education the best we can. So We're not voting, it's just asking questions. This is just what, well, this is what the committee had asked for last meeting, so
Okay, so we are just talking.
just no votes.
Are there any questions for Mr. Levis before we move on? Mr. Pearson?
No, thank you. I think I was one of the ones who asked for this, so I appreciate the breakout.
Well, thank Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Mr. Sands.
Mrs. Colonian? Mr. Murray?
Can we, because I know we got an updated, can we get this up on the website?
Sure.
Sure. Because I have had a few questions. People email me, and I honestly didn't have an answer on the budget where
Yep.
we stood. So this is, I think, really helpful for people.
Yep, well-
And then the only other thing is, and I know we got a lot going on. But at some point, if we could have some sort of presentation on, because we spent $317,000, like what was the outcome? Like an after action? Like,
Mhm.
was it
Mhm.
impactful, right? There's a substantial amount of money. We should have reaped some benefit. Just some general programmatic feedback on that. It can be anecdotal, maybe from some of the program leaders, but just some feedback, I think would be helpful.
Well, I think just looking at the numbers, the number of kids that we had served, providing just an opportunity. I mean, this summer, we wanted a lot of kids just to be kids, excuse the layman's term, but they have to be cooped up, and we provided a lot of opportunity for students in the summer. And we can, like I said, we'll give you a summary of that.
And I luckily, I'm a parent, so I had a child who actually directly benefited eventually from this program. I didn't know at the time that I approved it, she would be in it. But, as I have said earlier, I think it did yield some benefit to my child, and I think it was a great program. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. We tend to, well, just like we do, we sell the celebration. So it could be just a celebration sort of style event. So that's all.
Okay, Mr. Florio?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
All right, and I have none as well. Okay, so we can move on to agenda item number 14, which is the Public Schools Performance Audit RFP discussion and vote. I know you all received the hard copy, and we did get it, the electronic version. Was it last week or beginning of this week? Beginning of this week?
That was for feedback. You
Yeah,
received the
yeah,
electronic
exactly.
just
Yeah,
today,
just
the copy.
The hard copy today, yeah. So, Mr. Levis, did you want to start this discussion?
Well, just, I mean, we had conversations about working collaboratively with the town. Miss Patno and I met with the town manager and Dr. Dixon, and I've stated this before. And the intent was, I think, I left the meeting, was thinking we're going to do our separate one. And then, I was informed by the town council president to look on the website because the town had gone out to bid. And, I found it, I think I shared it with the committee.
Yep.
Again, so we talked about this, we had a meeting on this, and the decision was to go forward. And that was, I think, even prior to knowing that they went out to bid. So fast forward, we put together, something that we feel is really going to look at the school, the functions. We base it off of the basic education plan. It says this is the responsibility of a school department these are the different areas to provide. And again, it's a basic education plan, so we don't want to find out that we just meet the bare minimum. We want to see where do we exceed, and also obviously areas where we need to improve. So I think we went back and forth, have feedback. I'm willing to take more feedback tonight. Monday night's council meeting, originally the agenda that I was sent was just about the discussion of a proposal they received, but it had been revised. We posted an agenda that says we're going to present ours and we'll listen to, we'll work, we'll listen to their presentation. And then it was revised to have a presentation of our proposal first. So my intent tonight is just to obviously get feedback and incorporate, and hopefully the committee will approve so I can share this with the town council president tomorrow. And then we'll present it Monday night. And, again, I'm hoping at these joint meetings, we just have really honest and open dialogue. We've had a lot of good, open, honest dialogue amongst ourselves, but I think this is what's important because my feeling is these little leadership meetings, it's just what's come out of it really hasn't, isn't really what we've discussed. And, I'm not trying to point the finger. I'm just saying that I think it's time for us to have these large council and school committee meetings. And I think the performance audit, as Mr. Pearson had said before, when I first came on board, Ms. Bacon, one of the council members, was adamant about we really need to do a performance audit. And that was over 7 years ago, almost. So, I think it's important to do. I just think there needs to be more collaboration. And I believe Monday night will be a good step towards that collaboration. So that's all. I just, the thoughts of the committee, any feedback you have, and I will incorporate that, try to get it off to Dr. Dixon, but before, 3 or 4 tomorrow afternoon, if possible. So.
Okay, I guess we'll start with Mr. Pearson. Comments, feedback,
Question then comment. Question first. So the town has already issued their request for proposals and has received some proposal, or at least one proposal back. Are we looking at issuing our own request for proposal, and that's why we're drafting this? Or is this intended to be kind of a guideline for whoever's chosen to, how they will do the performance audit on the school department?
So my thoughts are that the original intent from the meeting was we were going to draft our own, right? So I think we're making our word good because we said we were going to do that. But the second part is that I think when you look at RFP, and I know we can improve it, and I know I'll probably get feedback and we'll incorporate that, versus the RFP that went out for the town. I thought it was very basic and, not really guiding, where we're going out and saying, these are the things that are important. We're also stipulating requirements, expertise that individuals should have if they're going to do a thorough job. But the other part is who's going to fund this, right? All along, the conversations we've had with the previous administration, even in our meeting, initially in our meeting, Ms. Patno, was that the town had indicated that they would fund this. So I think your point about, like the spirit of collaboration is crucial, but I think I don't think we can decide until we know who's even going to fund it. But the other part is that I haven't reviewed the new document that was sent to us today because the other one was missing pages. But my concern with that is that they have no experience working in K-12. They have no experience working with, the Rhode Island regulations. They're from Virginia, which doesn't mean that, we have international, we talked about the auditors tonight of 7,500 employees, but I have a lot of concerns about even the whole process here, how this has come about. So I think it's prudent for us to come forward and at least say, this is what we're kind of looking at. But I know it's a long way to say, if I really can't answer your question, I don't know. I think it's up to us and in the feedback. And again, I'm hoping that we have an honest, strong dialogue about this with them, because if we're going to do it, I still don't know, looking through all that, like what they're really looking at, what the town's even looking at. So, again, I'm not an expert in this. I've been involved with these before from an educational perspective. So I don't know. I mean, I think we go forward, and the agenda item is present our proposal, but I don't think it's, at least, I can't speak for the committee, but I think I'd be looking for them to fund this. This is important. We want to use this to leverage the budget. We both do, so I know I didn't answer your question, but
No, I think you kind of did. So I understand. My summary of your comments will be, yes, we may submit our own proposal for a performance audit if we find that the town's proposal is inadequate to meet our needs. And then we'll have to work with the town side to determine how those bids get awarded and paid for. The only other comment I have is, I think I mentioned this before probably, but I'm going to mention it again. In the section, I don't know what page I'm on, they're not numbered, like page 4. In the section about Coventry's public school programs and systems to be audited, we talk about review of central administration, which is good. But I think I asked about if we should also include review of building administration.
That's my fault. I left it out.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Colonian.
I don't have any questions right now. I'm gonna review this again and just to make sure that if I have anything to add, I'll tell Mr. Levis tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray.
So I will provide some additional feedback. I mean, really broad brush, you know, in the expertise of the professional organization. We have, you know, requirement that they have experience in school finance, facilities, education. I would also say we're unique in that we have a career and tech program. So that should also be in there, and also maybe have some experience with pathways models as well, because that's kind of a unique
I think
Rhode
career
Island,
and tech
you
is in
know.
there.
Is it at the bottom?
Well, Coventry Public School systems to be audited. It's on, I don't know, maybe you can label the pages. See, it's 1, 2, maybe 3 pages in. 4th page in.
We need page numbers.
Yeah, I know, that's what I just said, if you could put those, add them. The regional career and tech.
Yeah,
is
but
there.
this is under the experience of the firm, not, this is what's going to be audited, but then we say
Oh,
shall
you s-
have expertise. And,
Oh, you're saying that they don't have the expert.
right, the firm we're looking for would have expertise.
Oh,
in
I see, I
one
didn't
of
get
their
it, I didn't
expertise
get
models.
that.
So,
Okay.
well, I'll talk a little bit more about it, because I don't want to get too far in the weeds. The other thing I
Yeah.
always like to see with an RFP is being very clear on what the deliverables are. You will be at this many meetings. You will provide a document. It will be, have these sections.
Yeah.
Be very, very specific. And that was a gig, quite frankly, I had of the town side one that went out, was it wasn't specific enough. So throwing ourselves under the same microscope, I think that we need to be very assertive on what that document looks like. Yeah, and I'll send you some things in my time. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, I think I'm blunt, right? Collaboration to me is always, you partner up early, you talk, you develop a document together, and then you issue, and then you get proposals. And that hasn't been the case in this scenario. So my hope is when we meet, and I'll speak for myself, is that this serves as the leverage point to say, this is where we're at in the process. We really, for me, what's on the table, if they want to move forward with that, I'm gonna have a real problem, because I think as a school committee member, it doesn't reflect what our needs are. The whole intent was originally to come together to draft a comprehensive document that served the needs of both the school and the town, so that we made sure that the end product was quality and was what the public deserved, which is a comprehensive performance audit. And I'm just don't have that sense of security the way that RFP was written in the proposals that have been received, that we're going to get there. So I don't want to be, I'm just giving a precursor that I'm not going to be obstructive or combative, but I do think that the tone needs to be set that the original agreement was that this was going to be a collaborative process, right? I don't think that's an unreasonable request. There was a decision made to be down the road. Why, I don't know. But, you know, my comments are going to be like, we need to reel this back a little bit and, you know, not to delay the process, but to ensure that the quality of the report in the end is, again, what the community deserves. So I'll just put that out there. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio.
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that the RFP that the town put together included schools, and doing that, they didn't get input from us, which I find non-collaborative at the very least. And so I think this is our attempt, this request, our request is an attempt to sort of indicate what we think should have gone into the school side. And I'm not sure what the decision will be from the council, but they haven't awarded the vendor yet. The only proposal they have and looked at was from this Matrix Consulting Group. So I am hopeful that when we talk about this on Monday, that they will maybe resubmit the RFP. And I have no problem with us joining the town and having it on both, having it a combined RFP. And I think you could do that. And maybe what this RFP that they did get in, that's what these people's intention is to do, but it certainly isn't clearly spelled out. And again, there's some pages missing, so we have to go back and get those, and I'll have to look at it more carefully. But I was a little concerned about their experience in education, even though they say they have education consultants. And in fact, the president of the company, I think, said that he will be the one spearheading the educational piece of it. But then when you look at his education experience, the only thing he actually ever did was be on a board in Massachusetts, the governor's board on some kind of educational thing. But it doesn't appear to me that they have a lot of experience knowing about the laws of Rhode Island and what our BEP says. And I think that's critical information for us to be able to move forward with a vendor. So I'm hopeful that we can combine both of these maybe and clarify maybe a second proposal. I know that they were anxious to get this done before the budget season started, but if you do it too quickly and you spend a huge amount of money that doesn't come back with what we feel is representative of what both sides wanted to look at, then I think it's like a waste of money. So I think it really has to be looked at again. So hopefully on Monday, we have a huge packed meeting. Just hope we can actually get to really talk about and make some progress. But that's all I have to say on that as well. Is anybody in the public? Does anybody want to say anything? So we have been asked to vote on this to say that we agree with the tenets of this RFP. So are we ready to move on this? And you could just make a move to say that it could be amended before we send it over to the town council. But if we could have a motion, that'd be great.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the Coventry Public Schools Performance Audit RFP as presented / amended.
I second the motion.
And again, I'll ask the public. I don't think there were any comments before I call for the vote. That being said, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the additional space requirement at Weston Coventry Elementary.
I'm gonna turn it over to Mr.
I'm
Cohen.
going to speak to this one.
Okay.
This is sort of a high-level introduction to a conversation and topic that we're going to carry over into another meeting. But I do want to put on everybody's radar just to know that we are looking at some options. So Western Coventry is one of our, if not our oldest building. It's had some additions, but it has a very interesting space in terms of what's there. The oldest part of the building has space that is in some cases small, in some cases not laid out perfectly. And so over the years, at least for the time I've been here when Mrs. A was principal, she's always been very creative in trying to find ways to repurpose different space in that building so that everything that happens at that building can happen in the building and everybody gets a well-rounded, equitable, fair and education. The library's been moved like 3 times. The nurse was moved 2 or 3 times. There's special ed programming there that's moved a few times. We've done some construction there, not heavy construction, but we've put up walls, we've put down walls, we've moved things around. And the reality is every ounce of usable space at Western is being used. And there is no more space at Western, but we have space requirements and needs that we need to address. So when Mrs. Bagley came on, she recognized the same issues that Mrs. A had brought to our attention years ago, and we started a conversation. and thought, what do we need to do to solve this problem? Knowing that there could be some COVID funds available, knowing that the really only solution to the spacing issue is to bring in additional space. And bringing in additional space would be similar to what we did at Hopkins Hill, where we brought in a portable. How we would use that portable, a modular, how that modular would be used is still to be determined in terms of like who's going to be in there. But it would create more square footage and more options so that we can move people into spaces that become a little bit more permanent, and we're not moving people around every single year. So we did get a price. A modular, a completely constructed modular is about $107,000. To have it delivered, set up, and a ramp built from the modular into the building is another $35,000 approximately. I'm going to bring hard and fast numbers to you when we have them. Jay Martin is very much involved in this because he was involved in bringing the modulars that we used at Hopkins Hill in. So he knows all the right questions to ask. He knows who to talk to on the town side in terms of zoning and where things need to be put. Western has kind of an interesting footprint, and so we'd have to really think hard about where it's put in relation to where is the most adequate power supply, because the oldest part of the building doesn't have the same electrical ampage, I guess is the best term I could come up with. It's not as powerful as maybe the newest side. If we get one that has a bathroom in it, there would be potentially a plumbing issue that we'd have to consider, and how we where we position it. So there's a lot of things that we haven't like ironed out perfectly, but what I did want to do is put it on your radar so that when we did get all those details and I came in front of you, it wasn't a surprise, like, where's this coming from? This is something that has to happen. Western is farther out than a lot of the other schools, and it doesn't really lend itself to being in a location where we displace kids to and from Western, right? Western is in a location, the community that lives around Western attends Western. If I were to try to put students on buses to go to Black Rock or to another part of the town, it could be a significant ride for some of the folks that live out there. So I'll take any questions that I'm able to answer, but I wanted to just make sure that you all were aware that we're investigating. It will require some shifting. If we get the modular, it's 8 to 12 weeks. Everybody here knows that there is a shortage in almost every category of the building industry, right? In terms of materials, in terms of even just getting it delivered and then set up. So we're looking at 8 to 12 weeks, which means if we make some shifts now, it may require some teachers to go on portable, like an art teacher may have to go on a cart for a short amount of time until we can get the module in place to finish the transition of who needs to move from one space to another. And that's not our favorite thing to do, but I think with what we're working with, the option is the best option we have to get where we want to be, which is providing that school with enough square footage to be able to operate without having to move kids and teachers and folks around. I'll give an example. Mrs. A creatively about 3 or 4 years ago had all these interventionists and reading and math support people and special educators all in need of a workspace. And so the library, the original library, was repurposed into this gigantic workspace, which fit the need at the time. But that space really should be a library. It's a perfect library space. And so what we would love to do is at some point unwind some of the things we've been forced to do. And with more square footage, we should be able to do that and get people into spaces that really meet their needs. I'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cowett. Mr. Pearson, any questions?
Yeah, you've gone into detail, well, some detail on, the current constraints of our current building, which is good. But can you expand a little bit on what's really driving the need for additional space?
So we have a few different programs there that are growing. There are students that attend programming there, special education type programming. And the number of students that are in some of those rooms, they need more space. they need access to restrooms. They need to have locations where if they require a changing table, that there's a place to put one that provides privacy and an opportunity to do that in a safe way. And those programs started small, but have grown, and the students are bigger, the number of students there's more of them. And so we're making shifts to make sure that everybody's in appropriate spaces. The library has been moved a few times just due to us trying to be creative in where we put certain things. The nurse had to move a few times because last year she needed a room that had, not only access to bathrooms, but also a room that gave her place to put isolation cots in, so that if kids were in isolation, she could observe them until their parents were able to pick up. This year, they came up with a new space for that, which actually looks wonderful. We'd hate to move her out of that space because it's such a good space. And so instead of constantly trying to find ways to move the deck chairs around, we just figured the best solution here is to get more square footage.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Colonian?
How many square feet are you looking at?
Well, you had to ask that. I don't know off the top of my head. I will get you that information because there was a few different specs that they gave us, because it wasn't just square feet, but we're also looking at width and length,
Yeah.
because that really impacts where you put it. So I don't have the actual quote in front of me,
That's
but I will
okay.
get you that information.
I also wanted to know, I know that parking is a little tight there. And I was just concerned, you did mention that you're not really sure where you're going to put it. So.
Right. So the size of it does drive that,
Mhm.
and the hookups that are required drives that.
Right.
We actually, when Mrs. A was still principal there, we went there, must have been pre-COVID, and we walked around the back of the building and we had tape measures and how many feet is it from this building to the property line, and how many parking spaces would that impact, and where is the well, and where's the septic, and like we were
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at all those things.
That's right. You've got a well and everything.
Yeah, I'm
there,
no
too,
engineer, so
besides septic.
that's not my wheelhouse, but those are
Mhm.
things that have to be considered as we determine where it goes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Murray?
So as the District 1 rep, a couple of weeks ago, I actually met with Principal Bagley over at the school, so I'm glad this came up. It's one thing that I had said that I would iterate to the administration, and I was glad to hear at the time when I did express the concern that Don Carrot was already working on it and it was being tracked. Anyone who knows Western, and I visited school with Mrs. A during COVID on multiple occasions and saw the shifts and the Herculean efforts that have to happen every time you have to move rooms and restack and shift. And she had done wonders with that school. But it's extremely difficult to run an educational environment that way. So I've seen it firsthand. I saw it what happened this year. I forget the name of the program. Strides. That Strides had to get relocated in an area that, quite frankly, I think that was the nurses' station at one point, and I was appalled by the nursing station. But to put kids there was a whole separate issue for me. And when you look at where it's at and the way it was configured, and it's no shot against physical plant and what they tried to do, it was a good thought. It just spatially just doesn't really work well. And so I'm glad this is moving forward. I'm in full support of it. The sooner the better. The only cautions I would have, and I would, express the same concern about parking. It has been an issue there. They run a lot of events, but there is a lot of room on one side of the school, which is proximate to the well and the septic. So I think it's workable. I don't love modulars. RIDE doesn't love modulars, but I think for right now, it's what we have to do. And I did express that the building project, depending on how things go, if nothing else, we could plan for future. Because if we were to move forward, we have to do design for facilities wide, and we can shift some of the allocations, and there's possibility, I have talked to Ride about this, they allow you a one-time shift in funding. So depending on how everything goes and where our budgets are, whatnot, we may be able to look at a longer-term solution. But we can't let the great be the enemy of the good. Right now, this is kind of what we can afford to do short-term. Well, I hope we can afford it. I guess that gets into the question, is this something we feel could be paid for through ESSER and COVID?
So we're exploring all of that, but the
Okay.
answer right now is yes, but we want to make sure before we come forward to you with very specific numbers and deadlines and time span and project details that we know for sure what's covered and make sure that there's no confusion about, how we want to fund the project.
Okay, and I appreciate the due diligence on that, so keep up the
That's why I
good
said
work
this,
and-
this initial conversation is just, your introduction to a thought process and a plan that we're still formulating. But I wanted the folks on the committee and the folks in the community to have time to really start thinking that this is a direction we want to move in. And once we're ready to go, Mrs. Bagley has I think, a fairly ambitious schedule in terms of moving people around to make everything we need to have done in that building sort of like on a tight schedule.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio, anything?
Obviously, you don't have anything ready yet, but you put it out there and we're gonna have to follow through with it. And when do you think you'll have everything ready to show the committee?
So we got a quote from the modular company that we're working with.
Yeah.
Jason wanted to tie up some loose ends with the town before we said too much about not
Yeah.
only the size, but where we wanted to potentially
Right.
locate it. So he's still working with them. And then I think the only other thing is to work out the details of who's going to be located where and how it's going to be delivered and the timeline of the movement of different classrooms and different programs.
Still about a month.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that the decision happens quicker than that because, like I said, it's 8 to 12 weeks. So the longer we take to pull the trigger on this, the longer it pushes everything back. So it could be as soon as next meeting.
That'd be
I'm
great.
coming forward with lots of details.
Okay. Thanks, Don.
I have nothing. Everybody's asked everything I was curious about. Anything from the public before we move on? Yes, please identify, please.
Yes, it's just not to the capacity we'd like to do it. So we're talking right now of putting art and music on a cart short term. We don't want art and music on a cart long term. So sure, we could leave them on a cart for the year and we would have enough room to put everybody where they needed to go and we would get through the year. It's just not how we want to do things. And really, not only are we thinking about this year, we'll really have our mind on next year as well. So the sooner we get things here, we can get through the rest of this year and then Mrs. Bagley can work with her team and determine really how she wants to allocate the space. And then she can come up with a permanent solution so that she's not in the same position next year where she's trying to figure out where to put different students and programs. But it's an excellent question. Thank you.
I do have a question actually before we move on. So this unit would be there for several years?
Yeah, if you look at what we've done at Hopkins Hill, there's 2 there.
Yep.
And I agree, Mr. Murray. It's not always like anybody's favorite option,
Right.
but I will say, and Jason has said this, it actually solved a lot of
Right.
issues at Hopkins Hill in terms of spacing. It's
Yeah.
allowed them to grow and expand without having to sacrifice the quality of, some of the programs that they have there.
Okay.
It's meant to be there for
A while.
some time. And I hate to say this because I've experienced this firsthand and people are gonna be shocked when I say it. Sometimes when the modulars get delivered, the space inside the modular is actually nicer than the space inside the building.
I
They're
believe that's
they're well constructed. They're often already hooked up for air conditioning. The electrical outlets are well distributed. I mean, it could be, we could have a run on modulars.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Then we can move on to 16, the superintendent's report.
Okay, and I apologize, because you're gonna have to look at, I left my copies,
Oh.
I left them on my desk, so, unless you wanna go get them? So, I wanted
I'm
to
not gonna
do,
wait.
pardon?
I wouldn't wait.
No, that's okay. I want to do kind of an overview, I can only imagine from a personal perspective, family perspective, that, and I'm redundant here, but none of us expected this year to be the way it was. I know none of us expected, I'll speak for myself, didn't expect to wear masks, weren't planning on it. weren't planning on doing contact tracing, weren't planning on quarantine. I mean, it's been a challenge, and I think it hit us quickly. The first week, we had, like last year, remember Miss Anzalone, but like you broke the ice for us last year. We had just started school and we had positive cases at Western. And lo and behold, we have Dr. Bagley, and you broke the ice for us again this year, right? And so I wanted just to do kind of an overview of where we're at. I don't have, there may not be a lot of answers in terms of moving forward, but what kept us, and I say this in my slide, but what kept us last year was really refining our communication. There's been breakdowns with communication just between, and again, not pointing the finger, we have to do a better job. And we're always looking at how we can communicate, but there's been a breakdown between the governor's office and the Department of Health. And then it trickles down to us, and there's inconsistencies, and then parents notify us all the time, and we're working on it. I've been on the phone with some of the officials at Rido and made them aware that in your one document, it says one thing, and then later on, it says something else, right? And so we're hoping that, this is supposed to be rectified this week. We're hoping that, maybe tomorrow or by Monday, there's some consistency there. So what I want to do is just highlight a few areas and then obviously questions. We do have a dashboard that's on our website. If you go to our website, we have a COVID link, and I'm going to see, can you pull it up? Is it up there? I know it's hard to see, but it is on our website and you can pull it up. And so we noticed that, just to kind of go through, summarize that, we have some schools, and right now, Black Rock has been a school that's been concerning. We have been in the conversation. I personally have been involved with the Department of Health, doctors, epidemiologists, nurses, just myself on a conference call, because they know, like, I have concerns. I talk to the nurse, Ms. Jacquard is involved with this all the time, living this, and want to make sure that number one is safety, right? Number one is safety. And our goal this year, unlike last year, not that our goal wasn't to keep students in, but we wanted to really err on the side of caution. Fast forward, we have a lot more information. I get the guidance from the Department of Health. I am not a scientist, but as superintendent, my job is to do what I believe is the best interest to ensure safety. When I see the numbers that we had at Black Rock, and you can see, we have had 17 students, 3 staff, right? And some of those students were secondary cases. So they were in quarantine and then they became positive, right? It's concerning. And so I want to make sure that I don't make decisions based on emotion and that our staff doesn't. So by, and I think Rido recognized that. So by able to have these conversations, I had 2 long conversations last Tuesday and Thursday, and they reassured us that they're in contact. The epidemiologists are looking at these cases and is there massive spread? Is there community spread? They had indicated that the actions we're taking are the correct actions. We understand for elementary schools, quarantine is frustrating, but we're trying to do what we can do. If we have 7 classrooms out in a building, we still have 11 classrooms in, and that may not be great, but we're also looking at refining our quarantine period. But I want you to see that, Black Rock has been the area of concern. We have cases at the high school. We've had cases at the middle school, but if you see, even this week, this week alone, and we're, Thursday's almost over, so we have one more day in this week, we have had a marked decrease in cases. That doesn't mean that next week it won't go up. It doesn't mean Columbus Day weekend it won't go up. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is we continuously monitor this, and we're in touch with the Department of Health. And I know it's stressful on everybody. Again, I only live my life, but I see what's going on. I know it's stressful for families. People are frustrated with quarantine, and all I can tell you is that, we're trying to do what we can do to reduce the quarantine period as much as possible. At the secondary level, we know that if people are vaccinated, there is no quarantine unless they have symptoms, right? But it's not my job to mandate for students the vaccination. But I do, parents will ask me a situation and I say to them, if you're vaccinated, this is what happens. And there are no cases, unless you're symptomatic, if you're vaccinated, that you'll be quarantined, right? And yet, if you're unvaccinated, there's a whole bunch of different scenarios. We had somebody that today that reached out and they have a positive case in their family, and there's other siblings. I don't know if they're vaccinated or not. How I responded to them was, if you're vaccinated, there is no quarantine. But then I saw an email that says they've been out for a long time, which means that quarantine period, if you're not vaccinated, doesn't begin until the person that is infected is recovered, right? And those aren't my rules. The last thing we want, are to have our students out. It's hard on everybody. But so the point of this is we want to be transparent with the community about the numbers we're having. And we also hope to see that over time, there's going to be a decrease in these numbers. That's our hope, right? But this is going to be current. We're going to, try to get it as current as we can. It's a live document, but the goal is at least by the end of Friday, we will have it, as accurate as it can be. But the challenge too is that our nurses, our administrators, we have clerks that are helping out to do contact tracing, communication. There's a lot going on, and not an excuse. It's just a contributing factor. So, like everything, we're hoping that we continue to refine this. So, this is the other part to this is, like I had mentioned, I'm in communication. We are in communication. Our nurses are on a regular basis with the Department of Health. There was a situation today in one of our schools where a student was sent in, and I don't have all the details, but what I do know is a student was sent in and they were positive. So they're on a bus. So our nurse finds out, we obviously isolate, contacts the Department of Health, and they work out that because they were on the bus for a short period of time, we don't have to quarantine anybody, right? So this is the type of work that goes on, and it's time consuming. So we do not want students to be home. We want students to be in school, and we want them to be in front of our teacher. Our teachers want students to be in front of them. But there's a lot that's going on. I'm not going to get into any political comments. I believe that we are in a public health crisis, and that's what we're dealing with. And as superintendent, I look at that's my responsibility. Am I going to be perfect in this? Obviously not. But we're going to make, the right decision based on input from many, many people. A positive thing is less than 0.5%. We were going through the cases today, and it's less than 0.5% of the of that we've had positive cases per week
Right. So we had 20.
total.
Right. So when we put that dashboard up, you would see at the end of the row, it says the number of kids the number of students on a particular week that were positive. Do you see, like right here, there's a 20. That's students. The week before it was 19. The week after was 21. That's 0.5% of our student body, that less than a half, but that tested positive. Does not reflect, though, the number of kids that are impacted by quarantine, right? That just shows you the number of kids that are positive. The number of students impacted by quarantine is exponentially larger because of what the superintendent just described with contact tracing and close proximity and spacing.
And we see this week. Now, again, I don't want to, numbers could come in higher, but it's dropped off drastically this
I
week.
think the state itself has dropped a little. I think they're looking at a
So
downward.
an interesting fact that one of the nurses put out from the Department of Health today, though, was last year, it was approximately 30 per 100,000 of children that were testing positive. This week, it was 300 per 100,000, which is a significant increase, right? So we hope that young people don't get sick. We know that many more are testing positive, it seems right now.
And just to add to that data, it almost doubled every week once the Delta variant really hit its momentum in July.
Right.
It went from 30 to 60 to 1, like it almost doubled, not every single time, but it wasn't a slow moving situation. It was growing quickly.
And so some of the challenges that we're having, just to identify this contact tracing, we have to know that somebody's positive. And then once we identify that they're positive, we have to see who are they in contact with. At the high school level, middle school level, at least grade 7, 8, then we have to decide, find out, are they vaccinated or not? Because that'll indicate whether or not they're quarantined. But we don't know that unless we're told by the families, right? So there's a lot that goes to this. The other part was early on, just like last year, Department of Health had, they had reduced their workforce, like many places do, because not expecting the COVID was going to be the way it is. And so I find out, I get emails, I'm notified on anybody that's tested positive. And I found out emails, I get an email today where we're notified that they were positive and their quarantine ends the 21st. Well, today's the 23rd, right? So there's a delay. And if those individuals, if that family didn't communicate, maybe the child hasn't been in school, but if they haven't communicated, especially like a high school, middle school, we have so many students, we may not have known to even do the contact tracing. So we're behind the 8 ball, we're going. So there's a lot, hopefully over time, we refine the process. Tammy Anderson, who's the president of the SRP, had worked with one of our nurses, and we had worked with our nurses to figure with our clerks, because they know the students in the building, to assist in the contact tracing. Our nurses have been doing all the case investigations, right? But I was on the phone with Department of Health because that's their responsibility, their clinical responsibility. But the Department of Health is saying, we can train people to do that. You got to let go of some of this stuff so we can be more efficient. And that's a compliment to our nurses. They take pride in what they do, but we are working on ways to be more efficient, more effective. Because I know people are frustrated, parents are frustrated where they're finding out that their child could have been a close contact and it's 10 days out. It's frustrating for everybody. So we're hoping that, we continue to refine a process. And I had highlighted that we did see a decrease this week in the number of positive cases. So obviously we're looking for patterns. So there's some confusion, and there's still confusion about quarantine, so that when this year started, the Department of Health had said, we want you, our recommendation is do a 7-day quarantine. What that means is if you are a close contact, obviously unvaccinated, but if you get tested on day 5 and it comes back negative, you can quarantine for 7 days, come back on the 8th day. If you choose not to get tested, then I believe it was 10 days, right? So we're not forcing people to get tested. We're saying you can come back in. Then the governor came out with an executive order, it's 2194, and it was about quarantine and isolation. This executive order came out on Thursday, September 2nd. We were notified in a meeting, it's called a pod meeting, where, a representative from the Department of Health talks to districts. But it was kind of like, oh, by the way, the executive order came out yesterday. But we were unclear of what it really meant. So if children have been on quarantine, you've been told if they're not vaccinated, which means every elementary school, that the quarantine's changed to 10 days. And oh, by the way, we require 2 negative tests, right? So if you test initially and you're positive, then we know you're positive. But if not, we want you to test day 5 to 7 and that come back negative. And I know this is infuriating because I see the emails, I talk to our principals, I definitely talk to our nurses. And there's a lot of frustration, and I get that. But what further compounds that is there's information on the Department of Health website that isn't congruent, right? It isn't aligned, it's conflicting. And so we made RIDO aware of some of that information, and they had indicated to us that there's an error and they were going to correct it. In Mr. Coward saw the email that it's going to go back to, I believe, the 7-day, which again creates a conflict because if your child's been put out 10 days and now
But this is what we're dealing with. And again, it's not an excuse, but to know that our hope is that we can clarify, post on the website that's consistent, and that we can get back down to 7 days so that we can keep students in school longer. Because sometimes the 7 days, by the time we find out, right, it's really already started to tick the quarantine. And if there's a weekend, so we can minimize the amount of time that students are out. So we're hoping that, but we understand that it's frustrating. And even when the vaccine comes out for younger children, I know many people who are vaccinated themselves, who are older children, but they're concerned about getting their young child vaccinated, and I get that. Having said that, we're going to do everything that we can do to try to support vaccination clinics. One of the things that I've talked about a lot at a couple of meetings, was testing. We've received some federal funding to put together a district testing team. The problem we've had is getting the staff, right? We're still trying to, we may have, but we interviewed 3 nurses yesterday for openings. One of them would be a COVID nurse. So I need someone that's going to facilitate this. I'm definitely not a medical person, but I've been talking to RIDE several times a week, trying to spearhead. So we hope to have a testing team that'll be able to go through the district and do testing, asymptomatic testing within our schools. Again, parents need to consent for that. We've ordered rapid test kits that are the Buy Next Now, that I can give to our nurses, so that if your child comes in as symptomatic or develops symptoms, with consent, they can give that rapid test right in the office. So by the time you pick them up, you'll have an indicator if they're positive or not. If they're negative, we're still going to say, go get the PCR. But those are things that we can do to assist the process. And when we get our testing team, even if your child is, we can provide that PCR testing right at school. Like, we can even set up where parents can come to try it. We want to make this, I don't say easier, nothing's easy these days, but we want to support the efforts that you're doing, that the families are doing, because we know that we're definitely in this together. So hopefully, again, it relies on personnel, but we have funding to support this. And just vaccination. Again, I'm not gonna, this isn't for me to get on any platform here. I do believe, and as superintendent, all the conversations we have with the Department of Health, that one of the layers of protecting is vaccination. Again, what people choose to do, what families choose to do is up to families. But we're going to continue to work with the EMA, which is the Chief of Police, the EMA Director, Jill Dabrowska, and Chief Frank Brown. Thank you. They've been incredible in terms of supporting. We've held, I don't even know the number of clinics we've had, but we're going to continue to offer them school-based for the community, not just for students and their families, but the community. We'll offer them after hours. And if the vaccine, or I should say, when it gets approved for younger children, we'll also offer those opportunities in our school. What we found is even adults feel more comfortable coming to a school setting. It's less threatening than going to many other type of environments. And then finally, one of the issues we're having are people coming in with symptoms, I had a scare recently. I wasn't asymptomatic, but I found out I was with somebody that, way outside of the infectious period, but I was concerned enough that I went to get a test and to get a rapid test and a PCR test. I had no idea. I remember talking to Ms. Perno before, they don't have any symptoms, anything. And I get tested twice a week just because I want to get tested. I'm around people all the time. I live with my 84-year-old mom, and I just, many of you know, I had a granddaughter just recently, and it's my responsibility to them. So lo and behold, 2 hours afterwards, I get the little text to log in and to get my results. And I had a bright red positive, which I'd never seen before, right? And I just like, oh my God, first of all, like, what are you going to do, right? And fortunately, it was a false negative, but the point is that, I have to model that too. If we have any symptoms, I'm not going to come to work. And we encourage all of our staff. And the same thing with families. But we've had many situations this year where children come to school or individuals come to school sick, and then to come to find out they're positive, right? So we ask people to really take this serious, and we know it's an inconvenience, but again, if people stay home when they're sick, then they're not going to be exposing others, and we can cut down on our quarantine. And just to continue to work together, I think it's important that what got us through last year, we finished really strong, was keeping that open dialogue. Everybody has a right to be frustrated. We're open, suggestions. I get lots of emails. We just received another one. We respond to our emails, and we understand people are frustrated, but by working together, I know that it's the same thing that helped us last year will help us succeed this year. So I know I just covered a few areas. Again, that dashboard's up there. I'll keep it up to date. And, I'm open to any questions about, anything we discussed.
The only other thing I wanted to add, if it's okay, is we've had some challenges with buses as well. Busing has been difficult because there's a certain number of buses, there's a certain number of drivers, even with their sub drivers and spare drivers. And people rely on our transportation to get their kids to and from school. And there was a few days last week that were really very ugly for us because we didn't have drivers. We went from 7 o'clock at night being down 1 to 10 o'clock at night being down 5, and the next morning being down 7 because people were calling out at 5:30 in the morning. And we're trying to collapse routes. We're trying to reroute buses. Our dispatchers and the assistant manager in the office are actually driving. So we're dispatching from the road, meaning the driver is out. And so I know that was very frustrating for parents. It was obviously not how we like to do things, but it just shows you how we can fall victim very quickly to being very shorthanded. On the worst day, the superintendent contacted the governor's office to say, listen, Governor Baker just said, let's use some National Guard. Why can't we use some National Guard? Because we're super shorthanded. And so that started the conversation, not just for our community, but also, I think, really even at the state level about if there's a need, if there's some support we can get. When we contacted our provider about getting other drivers, they had nothing available because every single one of the communities that they work in, East Providence, every one of them, it was short. And so there was no place for us to get drivers. Our transportation director actually drove a bus and delivered kids himself. And that's not something that he typically does because we were trying to get kids home. So we acknowledge that was definitely a problem and really a hardship for the community.
Any questions about the COVID update? We have the Zoom thing too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
Just quick, very brief. You talked about the contact numbers, the contact tracing, the affected individuals. Do we have numbers on the ripple? Because I think it's important for people to understand, we have this conversation is, it's not just the kids who are infected, which I feel for their families and I feel for the children, but it's the ripple effect on all the other families. Because now, myself included, now I can't go to work because I have to stay home with my child. And that whole class is out because one individual came in symptomatic. So I would just say if we don't have those numbers or if there's a way that we can get those numbers.
We can get them. It's just that, we're still doing contact tracing.
Okay.
And so I'm not gonna, we will eventually, last year, it was a lot easier to pull things together.
Yeah. So if I understand it's a busy time.
Yeah, but we
I'm
will. We
just
can,
saying if there's any ability, I think it's important for the community to understand the
Sure.
ripple.
I can tell
That's
you
all.
that we had the most 7 classes out at Black Rock. The first week we had 5 classes because when I say to you, like, I may say the school committee, quarantine, a class is, we quarantine the students, right? But it means a class is out. So that's an impact, and that in the frustration, I think, for families is, all right, they go out, they quarantine, then they're back in. and then somebody else is positive, then they're back out another 10 days. So that's, and I agree the data, once we get that, once we can populate that data. Right now, the easiest thing for us to do, and it's still been a challenge and nobody's fault. I mean, our staff are working, Miss Jackar's here, she can tell you, I mean, it's 24/7, I mean, I think a week, if you just get to it, if Miss Jacker gets 2 students positive a week, it's gonna be like, because it's, yeah, a light week, and we're not making, light of it. It's just been very, very challenging. I think that if there's a positive, at least what I want to communicate to the community is we are not just putting our heads in the sand. We are talking to the Department of Health on a regular basis, making sure we're doing the right thing, Somebody asked me if they had suggested we close down a school because of the number of cases, we would do that. We're trying to do everything we can do, and that doesn't mean that won't change, to keep students in school. So if you're a family that's experienced students being put out, we're doing what we can do, what we need to do. I apologize in advance for the inconvenience, but we're going to do what we need to do, and we need everybody's support. Mr. Murray made an excellent point about the impact, and you may send your child in because you think they just have a cold and you need to go to work. But when your child's quarantined and he's perfectly healthy, you need to be thinking about, because that other family sent them in, and we're willing to work with people too, we're willing to listen and see whatever we can do to support families. We're trying to do open, we're trying to work with another YMCA to open before school and after school programs. And we're trying to do whatever we can do. And the last thing I'll say is there were comments made about normalcy, right? And our schools are, if you go in and see the interaction, other than the masks, I feel that, again, I'm not talking about internally, but what I observe is that there's a lot of normalcy that's back, but we're still in the midst of a pandemic. Last year, remember, we started off with what, pre-K and K and 1, right? And Miss Tyreno, she was one of the first people in school when we had people at the high school level that weren't in until October 14th, right? So we transitioned in, we only did 4 days a week for a long time. I think it was close to April vacation where we added the 5th day. So there's a lot of normalcy back then. There's no restrictions on the bus, whereas last year it was very challenging for other reasons. So there's a lot we're doing to try to move towards normalcy. We just have to stick together and get through this. So that's my last.
All right. What about the Zoom?
Well, I don't know if there's any public comments.
Oh, I was going to ask one at the end.
Okay.
Well, are there any comments from the public on this particular issue? Yes.
No, that's okay. So I mean, we decided, not because of title, we decided as a district about doing virtual open houses, and it was a lot, even though I was adamant about doing them in person, until I started talking to colleagues and looking at, we saw cases go up. We had been guided by the Department of Health to not have large gatherings. And so, talking to colleagues and looking, we kind of, many of us made the same decision at the same time, because we don't know who's vaccinated. I don't know who's coming in who's positive. And so, I'll take the heat on that, but I still feel that, we're in a pandemic. We weren't expecting to deal with this. And I felt that, it was a move around safety, and granted, it's not the same, and doing virtual, I get that. But, if it's something that I feel that I can do as superintendent, it's going to provide a little bit level of safety. And that was the decision. So, it was a quick decision once it was made, and, teachers were notified like right before we notified families. And so that's that part. As far as a locker, I would talk to the middle school in general. They're not using lockers. A lot of schools aren't, for a lot of reasons, because we don't have enough for everybody. But I know there's exceptions made for students. So that's something that I would ask you to deal with.
I know that, and I just mean, you're talking about, we've got the contact tracing and all this stuff. And in the middle school, it's students, they're sitting right on top of each other. I know the cafeteria, they're right on top of each other and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Why can't Joe and Jane share a locker? And so that those two are in, who assigned the locker next to them.
Well, there's a lot, I don't want to get into the deep, but it's about keeping them sanitized and things like that. There's, things that we don't even think about. And so you're right. There's a lot going on, kids are, and we have our full classrooms. The middle school isn't just in their stable teams anymore, though. Kids are mixing classes, whereas before, remember, it was extremely sterile. If you went in the middle school, my heart actually went out to people, because like kids were staying in, teachers were rotating in, right? So we're trying to find balance. And, no excuses as far as the communication about the buses. I heard about from school committee members. I get emails. So there's issues, like I received emails from the middle school, because that's how I knew. And I'm on all the listservs. So there were issues with that. We have to refine that. Some of that's working with our student information system, figuring out why emails or things switched when we rolled kids over. So.
And I can address that a little bit too, because we did have an email conversation. And so one of the reasons why we had a hiccup, particular to that bus situation, is, and we've actually already changed this, is on that particular day, we created a message. It was like 10:30 at night. We emailed it to the principals and they said, get this message out. Some people were able to get that message out that night. Some people did it first thing in the morning. Some principals were tied up and didn't get the message. So we reflected on that before I even emailed with you. I reflected on that. And as a matter of fact, the next message that had to go out came from me to the whole district. So instead of me saying to the principals, send the message out, I just sent the message out. And then there are situations that come up and I try to investigate. So when somebody says like, I didn't get the message, I ask lots of questions, right? Is this the correct email address? Yes, check that box. Did you get any messages? No, I didn't. Let me check that box. Let me go to the student information system to see if we have the right thing there. And in some cases, it's the wrong email address. In some cases, for some reason, the email was blocked and we just unblock it. There's like a variety of different things that happen. But I will say, what we get a report from School Messenger. So if I'm sending out, 4,700 emails, I will get a report back on my delivery, right? So we'll say, 90% were delivered, 10% were not delivered. And of that 10%, 8 we tried to deliver more than once and they just got kicked back both times. And so then the next layer is, well, why didn't that 10% get delivered? And that's when we can have the assistance of our clerks and our principals to say, here are the list of the people by school who didn't get emails. Can you check their email in Aspen? Can you reach out to the parent to make sure it didn't change? And we do that periodically. We hadn't done that yet because it was still the beginning of the year. So I would fully acknowledge you're right? The communication around that event was not good, but we already reflected on that. And I think that's improved. Right. And I try to also think about, we, not me, but we think about how people get their information. So we also try to post it on social media because sometimes people will read Facebook before they read their email. The other thing that we haven't done, but the superintendent and I have had conversation around is in certain situations, do we use Rhode Island broadcasters to communicate to people because people get the robocall from them. So it's not like we're not interested in improving communication. We just are trying to make sure we get the people the information they need in the best way possible.
Yeah, I
I will say without having like that data right in front of us, the student number of positive cases is definitely up from last year. Last year's positive cases was adults.
so yeah, it's just, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna tell you that and I always get her name wrong, but this Dr. Bornstein from the Department of Health. I had a conversation with her Tuesday and Thursday. So I hear stuff, all the time. I hear people, I talk to teachers, staff, or parents, and what they told me, again, with the epidemiologist, that there's no evidence. They said that of transmission from students to staff. They're saying that they found very little evidence, and it's not just Rhode Island. It's not just the United States. Evidently, Israel and England are ahead of us with this Delta variant. So there's data coming out. So can it happen? Yes, it can happen. But that's what I was right. That's what I was told last week because I asked that question. Anytime I hear something, pardon? Sure, but they're not sure exactly where it's happening, right? Because here's the reality. We have stable pods in the elementary school, right? But then students go on a bus, they consider that another stable pod. I drove by the other day, the soccer fields here. There was families, everybody on top. So we don't, it's hard for them to determine. That's why we talk to the epidemiologists. They look at the cases. We have had, what they've said is we've had students that are put on quarantine and then they test positive while they're out in quarantine, but they haven't been able to come back and definitively. If they thought community spread was taking place in a building, they would have us closed down. They're monitoring this. And again, for me, it's not about debating. I just listen, I ask questions of them, and I take action based on that. So, I have conversations with some of my colleagues, and some agree, some disagree. I'm just telling you, this is how I make decisions based on my conversations with the individuals who are giving our nurses the feedback and guiding them. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
there isn't a policy. We're following guidance from the Department of Health. And I think you were here earlier when I described that it was 7 days for unvaccinated. So again, when I communicate with a parent, I have no idea whether your children are vaccinated or not. And unless you tell me the school, I don't know the age. So the bottom line is that as of today, for unvaccinated individuals or close contact, it's 10 days. We started off the year with 7 days because that's what the guidance was from Department of Health. I think you were here when I talked about how the governor had an executive order. So right now it's 10 days. It's 10 days, but we're hoping that it goes back to 7 days. I don't remember.
Yeah, that change to 10 days came from the governor's executive order, which, no.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, I thought you said 7.
But I also said, oh, yeah. So, right. But I think I had stated before that we have found conflict, right? I found inconsistencies. So we're waiting for the Department of Health to correct that. Yeah. Yeah, and we've discussed that though, but if you look at the exception, and I'm not here to go back and forth, like I said, but yeah, and I know what it means in terms of operations though, too, that in our elementary schools, right? In our elementary schools, we consider them as stable groups. So they're not consistently 3 feet apart. The exception says masked 3 feet apart, right? So with the elementary school, and we apply, yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Assistant governor, you know.
Mhm. 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 Well, I think yeah. Yeah. So,
One of the challenges we experienced, and we own this, is so we created a communication to go up on the website that switched it from 7 to 10 in writing so people would be on notice. And we want to share that through email. And then the superintendent, that's almost the same day, if not the next day, identified that there was inconsistency and made a call to DOH to find out the DOH was saying it's 7, even though the executive order said 10. And so we hit the pause button, and maybe that was the wrong thing to do. But the reason why we did it is we didn't want to put something on the website and then the next day switch it again and then confuse people even more. But that turnaround time from the DOH in terms of getting that update to us has been a few days longer than we expected. And so we actually had a conversation today of just saying, we're just going to put it up as is. And if tomorrow they call us and change it, then we'll just change it tomorrow. But you're not the first person to express that frustration. And if that's one person's enough for us. If we need to get it fixed, we'll just fix it. And if we have to switch it out in a day, we'll switch it out in a day. It's actually ready to go. It's just not posted.
Thank you for your comments. I think we need to make a motion to continue past 10 o'clock. That's per our bylaws. So is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion. to Continue after 10 o'clock.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. 'Cause I don't think we're gonna get through this in 2 minutes. So the last thing on the superintendent's report is the discussion of adding Zoom platform to future school committee meetings. So,
Sure, I just, this has been brought to my attention. I'm sure committee members have heard it also that, why do we not do Zoom? And both from, I've heard this from many individuals in the community. So I think it's important to put on the agenda to have a conversation. Just the history of it is when the governor came out and the executive order stopped, and it was indicated we had to have meetings in person. We had a conversation with our legal counsel, the school committee's legal counsel, not mine, but that Mr. Anderson felt that the Zoom meetings, like the law says we have to have meetings in person. We've always broadcast them through YouTube Live, I believe, and but felt that continuing with Zoom could be problematic in his experience in other districts, and we didn't have to do that, right? So I also was under the impression from a conversation I had, but obviously I was wrong, that the town was only going to do it through, I think,
yeah.
through the summer and
Yeah, the
then
summer,
stop
yeah.
doing it, but they've continued to do it. So I think the other difference is that we have public comment every, the school committee chair
Agenda
allows
item.
public comment every agenda item. The town doesn't. I believe they have public comment at the end of a meeting. And so for those reasons, we haven't put it forward, but I think it's important that we have the conversation. I talked to Mr. Murphy and that, if we were to continue, if we go to the town council chambers, which we will be doing starting in January, we'll be able to do it. If we continue to do here or elsewhere, he can figure out a way to do it, right? It'll be a little challenging, but so just wanted to have a conversation of, where you want to go with this. And again, just want to reiterate Mr. Anderson did advise that he didn't support that for his reasons, but again, he's not able to be here tonight. So, but I wanted to put it on. I felt it's important for the committee to discuss it. So.
Well, you put a lot of important things on the agenda tonight.
Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson, did you have any, how do you feel about having Zoom and adding Zoom to our format?
I have comments.
Yes, I figured you did.
As I regroup myself here. I've had several parents and other community members reach out to me, and the Zoom meeting wouldn't be for our purposes. We'd still have to meet in person. The Zoom would be just an alternative method to not only stream the meetings, but also invite public participation. I know that's a challenge, as has been pointed out, since we offer public comment on most of our agenda items, that could be challenging. From a legal perspective, I don't remember what Mr. Anderson's specific objection was to this portion of it. I know that I only remember his comment that we have to meet in person, but the Attorney General actually went so far as to issue guidance saying that the law says we have to meet in person as a public body. However, there's nothing preventing us as a public body from bringing in outside participation through other means, like through Zoom. And that was what a lot of parents, the concerns they expressed. They wanted to, because of, this is a good segue from the COVID discussion, because of COVID and other concerns, they're not necessarily comfortable coming to a public meeting yet. And this would offer them an alternative way to still interact with us as a public body without having to be here and still being able to ask questions electronically. If it's possible to overcome those technical hurdles. I know we're kind of in a mobile setup here, so I'm sure there's more bells and whistles we'd have to figure out. If we can do it, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Colonian.
I think, I think it'd be difficult where we are now, but like you said, once we're in town council chambers, I don't have a problem with it as long as, they're able to do it and everything. But I think where we are now, it'd be a little more difficult.
It's probably challenging, but we'll leave that up to Mr. Murphy.
Yeah.
Mr. Murray.
So first, I'll preface it with that I'm always for public transparency, which I think YouTube is a voluntary effort to have a recorded video. It always has been. That said, I'm a little closer to the issue because when I was in charge of the planning board for Warwick, we had 4 different attorneys, solicitors tell us that the Zoom presented a problem, shared Mr. Anderson's concern. There's a confrontation clause, there's some other issues. The law was never set up for a Zoom type format. And the reason is, once you open that Pandora's box, what many people don't understand is when you have a meeting and now somebody cannot access because our internet connection has a problem. There were 2 council meetings during COVID that were canceled because of potential thunderstorms, because now you don't have access. So it opens up a little bit of a Pandora's box, and for the sole reason to allow public comment, which just the Open Meetings Act as written was always meant to be a viewing of the public body's business. It wasn't to present a dog and pony show to the public. It was to show a meeting among us. I do not like this format because I think the way this is for the law. Meetings used to be more collaborative, right? It's us discussing the business together. The public gets to view that. The public we can allow the public to comment in. But the real process should be if they have a concern, they come to me as an elected member to voice a concern. I should advocate on their behalf. That should be the process. It's kind of turned into the only way they feel they can get their voice across is to come to a meeting and yell, kind of voice the concern directly, which isn't really the way it's meant to be done. So that's a larger concern that I have. I said, as far as Zoom goes, it really just carves out one thing: public comment. They can watch the video at home now. They can come to the meeting. I know that it's long tonight, typically not always. But if they watch the video and they have a concern, if I'm their district representative, the first thing they should do is tell me the next morning, be on the email and saying, or calling me and saying, this is my concern. I need you to voice this at the next meeting. That's why I'm elected. So I think legally, if we can do it, but I am concerned that once we go down that path, it's not the technology, it's the fact that it's unclear in state law of whether it's actually going to lead to an OMA complaint. And now we have to deal with that. Now, Peter Nerone has been pretty deferential to public sort of access, but I just, there is a concern there. So if our attorney is telling us he has a concern, it's not because I'm against public access. I actually think that the legislature needs to do their job, which they should have already done, because they knew this was coming before the session ended, and change the law, which Common Cause had worked with them on to do. So, they need to get back in the session and do that. But until then, I'm a little uncomfortable at this point, sort of opening that door. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio.
If you can speak to Mr. Anderson, I have no problem with having meeting here and having Mr. Murphy hook it up to Zoom so we can get questions from the people on Zoom and the people here. But if Mr. Anderson agrees with that, I have no problem with it. We really need John here so he can answer that question for us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to vote tonight on this. And I think you're right, Mr. Florio. And I think you're right, Mr. Levis. I think at our next meeting, we could maybe put this on the agenda again. And I believe Mr. Anderson was going to hopefully be at that meeting as well. You had said something else about him maybe coming. I forget why.
I forget to, but I'll make sure.
Oh, I think it was about the vaccination
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
at
thing.
the exec,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah. So I kind of agree that on the face of it, Zoom seems innocent enough, but I would never want to be in the position where we had to cancel because the internet wasn't hooked up correctly or we lost internet. And so therefore we've disenfranchised, these people at home that want to be talking or whatever. So I think, yep.
Also, in this building, we have no control. Before
Exactly.
this meeting started, the Wi-Fi was going up.
Right.
So what fact that would have more than setting up speaker and that part's easy. Legal part.
Right. Yeah, I think this, like you say, this is kind of a mobile place here and it requires a lot of setup as it is. Never mind. I really personally don't want to look at a laptop while I'm doing an in-person meeting and seeing if people are trying. We don't have a big, I don't know if we'd have access to that big screen, but when I've been at the town council meetings, the people on Zoom can actually, I think you can see it on a screen. And so you've got people that are questioning but even at the town hall, people that have put their hands up have not somehow, there's not a lot of interaction, quite honestly. I think most people are passionate that come to the meeting if they really want to make comments, but and again, I think Mr. Murray is correct too. If someone takes the time to watch if they can't see it live and they take the time to watch the recording, they can always email us and or call us. So it's not like I mean, and I'm the first person to say public comment is super, super important. That's why we allow you guys to talk almost after every single agenda item. Most public bodies don't do that. But we've done that. So it's not like I don't want public comment, obviously. So I think there are some sticky issues here. So, okay. Anything from the public on that? I know we're all exhausted. Moving on to citizens' comment. Not many people have to say much at citizens' comment because they've already said what they had to say during the meeting. So unless there's a hand up on citizens' comment, I think we can schedule the next meeting. So is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to schedule the next meeting for October 14th, 2021 at the Coventry Resource and Senior Center at 6 p.m.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0, and I have 10:10 for an adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn at 10:10 p.m.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone.